Okay, so finally getting to the weapons and tools of the magic art, part 1. This post was kind of strange, like remembering back at what I wrote here and what I was reading and what I was trying to kind of touch upon. It's kind of funny with what's happening now, like how bad everything, how shitty and weird, and I mean, it's bad, but it's not like the end of the world. I think some people think it's the end of the world. So I said, so far I've gotten through the first 7 chapters of part 2 and an interlude along with notes on the lesser ritual of the pentagram from Appendix 8, pages 690 through 692. Censorship complications have stalled progress, but measures are being taken to find a more suitable platform for videos. Yeah, and so far I still haven't really... I just created that second YouTube, well, utilized this other YouTube. Maybe in the future I'll put them all in one. I don't know, that will take forever. I don't care. It'll be on a website or something. Maybe it'll just be erased. I don't know. The temple is first and foremost the body itself, Malkuth. The house, church, temple, or place of ceremonial magic is the second. Externalized, constructed extension of this, which augments and amplifies the work of the magus in his external world. It's funny I say that because I've been thinking increasingly over the last, I don't know, however long it's been since I did the last video, but, because I've been doing... Dang it, it's in my car. I wanted to show it. I've been, transcribing this Sanskrit thing called Tantra Vedana, which I thought this was the John Woodruff one originally, but it's not. It's just the NN Bhattacharya. But there is, a Tantra Vedana of John Woodruff, but I don't think it says... It definitely doesn't have the definitions. But this book, while it has a lot of information going deep into Shakti and the different aspects of Shakti, which, I mean, you could hear about all day, but until you really, I don't know, reading the Samkhya Karika, the Kamakala Vilasa, various other things, and decoding it, especially with the Kabbalah, even though, again, there should be no rational, explanation for why the Kabbalah, Hebrew, would match up perfectly with so much of the Sanskrit or even Tibetan or whatever, but it does. Other than that, I guess it's just the phonetic syllables or whatever. And it's not just the fact one's Hebrew, one's Sanskrit. It's more just, I think that it's a universal overlay, whatever. Either way, writing this Sanskrit or this tantric text doesn't have the original Sanskrit or the actual Sanskrit, and for years now I've been studying through it was really the help of Crowley and then Kenneth Grant, really, since he goes way more into the Eastern stuff and uses all the crazy terms and terminology, vocabulary. Getting familiar with it that way helped, but I was I need to actually be able to read Sanskrit and know what letters make what sounds. So this Tantra Vedana doesn't have the original Sanskrit, while the John Woodruff one and all of his tantric texts are only Sanskrit. Not all of them, but I got the tantric texts 1 through 13. There's 14 through 22, I believe, also still to get. And those are pretty much useless unless you can read Sanskrit. And so I was well, I might as well use them to learn Sanskrit. And started with this Tantra Vedana, and wow, I recommend that. I wanted to actually start off this video by saying everybody should do that. Write out this Tantra, get one of those little black journals from the art supplies part of Walmart. There's empty lineless, because I don't unless you like lines, but I wouldn't recommend it. So I would recommend getting the black little whatever books, sketchbooks or whatever, And then just start literally one by one. Just make sure you don't make them too big. I had to like use a journal for a while to get used to writing Sanskrit, and I was like, oh, I gotta put this in a book and make it look nice, or at least decent. And so I started with the A's, just did one by one, left room on the side for like what the word means. So I put it in English, then Sanskrit. So now I have my own like Tantra Badana, Tantric lexicon, Sanskrit glossary, and I even like tried to keep room in spots for like extra words, and especially at the end of the letter section or whatever. So what I was going to say was, in doing all of that, essentially what I should have done a long time ago, which is teach myself at least the alphabet of Sanskrit so I can sound out titles and words and know what the fuck it's at least trying to say. And in doing that, like, I had quite a implosion of memory, and I don't know what it's called, like, but it's retarded because like while way back in, what was it, 12th grade, and I had this like assignment to do a long, like, serious biography for British literature on a British author, and I chose Aleister Crowley. The teacher said not to at first, but I was like, well, I'm going to, because just get over it, like, and she let me, and I like made it way longer than it needed to be, and it basically, like I said, I said it somewhere, but it never ended. I've been studying Crowley, like collecting his books ever since. Like studying Hebrew, studying the Kabbalistic system, the mystical and magical system of the AA, all the different other offshoots and predecessors, and all of it. I mean, it's retarded, but in a way, like, what I was going to do is like just say, well, like, I taught myself the Hebrew alphabet and the Greek, and I gave myself little, like, the way I did it was I did write it down over and over and over, like the Tree of Life, till I memorized it, and like the actual Hebrew words for the Sephiroth and the paths, and just essentially got it to where I could memorize it. And same with the Greek. It helps to have examples, like the tarot cards, for example, are probably the best because they have so many different correspondences. But so for Sanskrit, you want to find like the letters, and you want to find the major words that those letters have to deal with, or, you know, that those letters are like use or whatever, or the words. I don't know how to say it. I've been drinking, but anyway, what I was trying to get to is all these fields, or, you know, koshas, essentially. Just to put it all in one word. You just see the koshas, which you can read about. Like, the thing about the Sanskrit and Eastern and Buddhism and Hinduism is you can hear about it all. You could hear about it your whole life, but until it's relevant or it becomes active in some way in your own life, like, it doesn't seem all that important. So yeah, both are related to the legend of the building of Solomon's temple, that is, the temple of the sun, or more specifically, the light soul of the universe, Om. Okay, now that's crazy with how I did a sigil in my book. Like, I didn't read this, I didn't even think about this, but I did a sigil essentially showing Om, or equating Om with like the galaxy as a whole, but really the universe is as a whole, really. But then soul as a sort of attractive, what are they called? Strange attractor or something? I don't know. But it attracts things and it keeps things in a ring, and it's like Goldilocks zones. Although different suns, like our sun is unique if you look at the comparisons. But either way, I mean, it's got to be somewhere. And I just wonder what other types of like life could be in other solar systems. But anyway, so the soul of the universal spirit on the Azoth or Ein Sof, limitless light, made manifest in form. And that taps into this mold or akasha, or not mold as in like moldy bread, but like mold as in like the meaning of plasma, and why akasha is associated with metal. It's like the molding of space-time. Being able to refine your third eye, I don't know, your mind itself, to be able to perceive that like clear light, the limitless light, etc. What the Sikhs would call the Sikhs would call the guru, or the voice of the guru. I forgot what it's called. Gurumaki. That's the language, but I think that is also what that means. Gurmukhi. Anyway, that's what my brain does. I'm sorry. This is the glorious light the pyramids were named after, in Egyptian, Ikhet. Note that both Mage and Ikhet equate in 49. They equate in 49, or 7 squared. The 7 rays refract to illumine the Udjat, the eye of Horus, which is also 49. 49 is 1 less than 50. Wait, is that also the... No. So yeah, the Udjat. T-H, or Teth Hey Hey, Vav Daleth, Yod Aleph, Te, or Teth. Te. Tao Te Ching is in my brain. 49 is 1 less than 50, the number particularly related to the gates of understanding, leading to the city of pyramids. Just as 5 is the middle of 1 through 9, 50 is the middle of 1 through 100, thus it is the razor's edge on which the Magus walks. Interesting. This 49.5 number just popped in my mind. What Robert Marshall talks about is like the middle of this, I guess, of 1 through 90, or 0 through 99, but 49.5 being this other recurrent sort of thing is interesting. Note that 50 is also the number of the demiurge and is 49 servitor demons according to the Pistis Sophia, page 319. See chapter 12, The Left-Hand Path, the Black Brothers of Magic Without Tears. So this is interesting, actually, because one of the things I started seeing in this post was, it gets kind of, touches upon some darker things down here, but I started realizing this connection between the serpent, collectively, I don't want to say anthropomorphized, but like deified, is Satan. So I started thinking of Pe, or the fact that this is post 80, and the overlap between Pe, the serpent, again, Narayana is a more positive, I guess, aspect of that. Christians can only see negative in anything, though, so. But it's just funny that this connection between the serpent, Satan, I guess, as a fallen force, which I guess, you know, I mean, there is something to be said about the fact that, yeah, like, Christians are right about a lot of what they're saying, but how they go about it is probably not the best way. I don't know, there's a lot of hypocrisy. There's, like, dishonesty in the heart. That's where a lot of this ends up coming to, I've found, is, like, this heart, obviously, where the serpent, the black brothers, so to speak, in terms of Satanists, if you want to call them that, the fallen, but then Jesus, like 80, I'm trying to think of how it also relates to Jesus, other than the fact it's Mem, and Pe being the mouth, and, you know, the mouth drinks water, needs water, etc. But Jesus being, you know, walking on water, I just started seeing all these different like connections. It'll come up, or it'll be apparent if you were to meditate upon what I'm saying. I don't really want you to do that. I don't want anyone to even listen to what I'm saying, but I just got to say it and get it out there. But anyway, the connections here are kind of weird. So I did quote the Left-Hand Path, the Black Brothers chapter. Kind of stopped me there because I was like, wait, what the fuck? But yeah, this 888 formula is really starting to come up, which is funny because 80, I'm now at 80, post 80. It's like a whole new series, a whole new decimal, whatever. And so things are about to get weird. The tower. It's like I've been doing various tarot readings. I even did some for my sister. And the tower was prominent, and I'm like, well, that tells me this whole tower issue isn't over. I was like waiting. It's like it might not be over for a while. I haven't even started this post yet. Well, anyway, the tower, if you listened to the Ancient Secret, it's pretty symbolic. It's like the castle in itself in a way, and therefore the kingdom. And that's pretty much probably what the tower really references, but the bride, the kingdom, Malkuth, its sort of fall and potential for restoration. And what that restoration would be to act as a sort of lighthouse. And that's what's another code that I found. The lighthouse is 222. And ever since I read the Kamikala Vilasa, 222 has been like decoding itself for me. Fabric. But, because it's like the Kamikala Vilasa, it's the fabric of everything. But yeah, like certain nuances and secrets and like obvious, but it's not obvious unless again you like go through the paths. But this tower and the, again, sign language being 222, lighthouses essentially being a quasi sign language. What I was trying to say about what it acts as symbolically is along the lines of, again, the whole premise of the Ancient Secret in Search of the Holy Grail as this sort of, I don't want to say condenser, but that's what comes to mind, but the solar orientator, I don't know, a solar channel, because that's also what the wand, the rod of almond, 463, etc., being the will, or I think like Tothelima or whatever, I don't remember, but I know enough to know like the paths in my mind. Oh yeah, and at first, like, just another weird externalization of the hierarchy, so to speak, was right when gas started like getting bad. I was like, why is it at 409? And I was meditating on the fact that like all these prime numbers and what they eat, like what the terms are in the gematria database for them. There's something definitely to that, like, and there's a cross relation between the number that a prime is, like the 80th prime being 409, or the 79th prime, the 22nd prime being 79, or, I mean, I can't think of all the ones I've just recently thought of, but 587, because there's a lot of these primes that are also Tamuras or metatheses or whatever, just rearrangements. But there is certain, like, sometimes they will be a prime, and then the number, the reciprocal reflection of it or whatever isn't, but yet still will connect to it. I don't know. Like, I've wondered, how can I, like, talk about this without giving examples, but yet when I give too many examples, it looks like I'm looking too much into it or something. It's like, I don't know. Anyway, I should read this. I'm just like perplexed at how spot on, and I'm like, wait, I know this post was just like a little bit, but energetically there's some like tapping back into the same thing. And again, when I wrote these posts, I haven't really given much background to this whole thing. But it's some of it was, I don't want to say channeled, but I was not in my like full state of mind. If that makes any sense. Like, I just kind of let it flow through me, whatever that means. I like was writing so I could have someone to tell me what I wanted to hear, I guess. And I guess I'm still doing that. That's why I'm reading it. But it's because I'm like, I don't know, I'm just listening to the data. Like, books come to me, numbers come to me. I just sit there and I wait, and then it like pieces itself together if I just sit there and wait and write it down and then remember. And I'll be like, wait a second, this goes here. And it's like all this shit has basically just fallen in my lap. And anyway, so I just have to be like, wait a second, what is going on? So, Karasoror, do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. It is the introduction of the word self that has raised such prickly questions. It really is a little bewildering. The signpost, right-hand path, left-hand path, seems rather indecipherable. And then, for such a long way, they look exactly alike. At what point do they diverge? Actually, the answers are fairly simple. As far as the achievement or attainment is concerned, the two paths are in fact identical. In fact, one almost feels obliged to postulate some inmost falsity, completely impossible to detect, inherent at the very earliest stages. And that makes me instantly, I just started realizing it's all the middle pillar, but the path of the magus versus the path of the fool really is all about deceiving yourself in shadows and, like, I don't know, self-deception. Or belief, really, I guess. For the decision, which one's which, like, I'm not saying deception and belief are separate. I'm saying I think those are both on the magician's card, and whereas the fool, despite being the fool, is probably more maybe not meritorious. It's not about merit, but probably, I don't know. It's hard to decide what's better. Because, I don't know. Probably the fool. Mark well this first... For the decision which determines the catastrophe confronts only the adeptus exemptus, 7-4. Until that grade is reached, and that very fully indeed, with all the buttons properly sewed on, one is not capable of understanding what is meant by the abyss. Unless, and see again, this is the whole thing, is like the abyss is your own abyss, your own, like, I don't know, I just see mind and development and how it's in your own way, and so it takes time, which is its own abyss. But anyway, unless all you have and all you are is identical with the universe, its annihilation would leave a surplus. Mark well this first distinction. The black magician or sorcerer is hardly even a distant cousin of the black brother. The difference between a sneak thief and a Hitler is not too bad an analogy. The sorcerer may be, indeed he usually is, a thwarted, disappointed man whose aims are perfectly natural. Often enough, his real trouble is ignorance, and by the time he has become fairly hot stuff as a black magician, he has learnt that he is getting nowhere, and finds himself, despite himself, on the true path of the wise. Invoking Zeus to swell the power of Pan, the prayer discomfits the demented man. Lust lies as still as love. Thereupon he casts away his warlock apparatus like a good little boy, finds the AA, and lives happily ever after. The left-hand path is a totally different matter. Let us start at the beginning. You remember my saying that only two operations were possible in nature, addition and subtraction. Let us apply this to magical progress. What happens when the aspirant invokes Diana or calls up Lilith? He increases the sum of his experiences in these particular ways. Sometimes he has a liaison experience, which links two main lines of thought, and so is worth dozens of isolated gains. Now, if there is any difference at all between the white and the black adept in this, or in similar case, it is that the one working by love under will achieves a marriage with the new idea, while the other, merely grabbing, adds a concubine to his harem of slaves. Harem, whatever. The about-to-be black brother constantly restricts himself. He is satisfied with a very limited ideal. He is afraid of losing his individuality. Reminds one of the Nordic twaddle about race pollution. Have you seen the sand roses of the Sahara? Such is the violence of the Khamsin, that it whips grains of sand together, presses them, finally builds them into great blocks, big enough and solid enough to be used for walls in the oasis. And beautiful. Whew. For all that, they are not real rocks. Leave them in place with no possible interference. What happens? I brought some home and put them in safety as curiosities and as useful psychometrical tests. Alas, time is enough. Go to the drawer which held them. Nothing remains but little piles of dust. Now, master, what reproach in the tone of your voice? All right. Keep your hair on. I know what is the precise term used in the vision and the voice to describe the great white brother or the babe of the abyss. But to him it means victory. To the left-hander it would mean defeat, ruin, devastating, irremediable, irremediable, final. It is exactly that which he most dreads. It is that to which he must, in the end, come, because there is no compensating element in his idea of structure. That's funny, because I keep realizing and seeing how we it's so annoying when people are like, oh, your attitude is blah blah blah, like somehow your attitude like magically affects reality or something. But like I'm slowly seeing it kind of does, in subtle ways. Like, I mean, it's not that simple, but really, like, I forgot the quote. I couldn't find it when I was talking to someone else and it came up, but something about like what manifests is your unfulfilled dreams or something. I don't remember, but yeah, like you manifest things that you kind of fear, and sometimes in a weird way, like the thing you fear the most is like a desire. So that's something that has, like, those are often things that need to be worked through, often by confrontation in a positive sense, But yeah, like even like dreams are like an entire menagerie of like complexes, and in a similar way, an analogous way, like physical events are like complexes just playing out. Nations themselves never grow permanently by smash and grab methods. Well, some do, I guess. Oh wait, yeah, not permanently. Well, I mean, then again, we still got America. Just kidding. I like him. Everyone loves America. One merely acquires a sore spot, as in the case of Lorraine, perhaps even ire. Though ire is using just that formula of restriction, shutting herself up in her misery and poverty and idiot pride, when a real marriage with and dissolution in a real life country would give her new life. It's funny, it makes me instantly think of what Crowley said in, I can't remember which one, but I think it's Liber, Aha, like shedding the ultimate rest or whatever, or not rest, renewal is like shedding the body. And so he even was just like, I don't know, it's just, he agrees. He's like, the body is not the end of it. For better or worse. But, oh, here's America. Blah, 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 blah. The melting pot idea is the great strength of America. The melting pot. Well, we better stop it from melting. Consider the Faubourg Saint Germain aristocracy, now hardly even a sentimental memory. I had to force myself to not say memory. I don't know why, but the guillotine did not kill them. It was their own refusal to adapt themselves to the new biological conditions of political life. It was indeed their restriction that rotted them in the first instance. Had Lafayette or Mirabeau been trusted with full power and supplied with adequate material, a younger generation of virtue, the monarchy might still be ruling France. And so maybe that's another point that comes to mind, is like, maybe when we start out on a trail, path, a goal, maybe we should like presume we're wrong to begin with, and that we have a lot of learning to do, and that it's like learning a new language, that like you literally have to start from nowhere and just do it and hope maybe eventually it'll start making sense and you'll start picking out like patterns, and eventually maybe you will. But just don't assume you're already right and everything has to. I mean, I'm not like telling anyone what to do. I'm telling myself, like, maybe that's why things don't go right in the, like, you just try to adapt. But then you ask, how can a man go so far wrong after he has, as an adeptus minor, attained the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel? Recall the passage in the 14th ether. See where thine angel hath led thee, and so on. Perhaps the black brother deserts his angel when he realizes the program. Perhaps his error was so deeply rooted from the very beginning that it was his evil genius that he invoked. And I always thought that that sentence right there, and I know he said it somewhere else, I don't know where, but I know I've read it before, not just in here. And I was like, holy fuck, that's like, that goes back to what he said about like the fool. He didn't say it, but what I thought about the fool and the magician or the magus, that those two paths, as Kenneth Grant describes them in Night Side of Eden, how the magician card, the Qliphoth, or the dark side of it, the negative sort of traits, it can be sterile, it can be like, it's like egotism to an extreme, like atheism to a theology. I don't know. I mean, I can't be biased, but like, imagine defending something when you don't know anything else about all the other like things. I don't know. It's like you're wrong. Like, it's not that you're wrong, but you're what is it when you like grow a garden? You're tending or tilling like a already doomed garden for lack of a better term, for some sort of analogy for something that develops, you know. Although I would like a poisonous plant garden. Just, I don't know, maybe I'm evil. Maybe I'm a black brother. I just think it would be cool. Like, you gotta watch out. Anyway, in such cases, the man's policy is, of course, to break off all relations with the supernal triad, and to replace it by inventing a false crown doth. And so, I think a lot of people think that, like, I don't know, I've had a lot of, like, I've come across in reading forums and just everything, like, people assume doth to be whatever they fear. And so again, it's like that mirror, it's that mind mirror where there's no like hiding, there's no running. I mean, obviously, but... And as to what it is, it's for you to find out. To them, knowledge will be everything, and what is knowledge but the very soul of illusion? And so again, anything from doth down is just a sort of like projection anyway, or an an emanation, obviously, but it's like a hologram, so to speak, or if not literally. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but can't talk so bad about our only real reality. How dare I? It's only real. Any questioning might get you put in a straitjacket. Refusing thus the true nourishment of all his faculties, they lose their structural unity and must be fortified by continuous doses of dope in anguished self-preservation. Sorry, trigger word. Trigger warning. Oh, I'm sick. I'm a sick individual. Kitty, come here, kitty. Get over here. So, thus, all its chemical equations become endothermic. I don't know what that means right now. I don't even know what endothermic means. End, the therm process. I don't know what endo means. I forgot. Exo, endo. Indo. Just looking on that Indo. So we got extra trigger warnings. Oh wait, trigger warnings should come at the front, huh? Too late. Sorry. I do hope I am making myself clear. Uh-oh, was I supposed to? Oh wait, no wait, this is trolling. It is a dreadfully subtle line of thought, but I think you ought to be able to pick up the essential theorem. Your own meditations, aided by the relevant passages in Liber 418 and elsewhere, should do the rest. I thought he was going to say your own meditations will end up enveloping you and creating your reality, or so-called. But no. To describe the alternative attitude should clarify by dint of contrast. At least the contemplation should be a pleasant change. Sorry, kitty, I know it's chaos. Coming right out of my Vishuddha chakra. It's spelling dothing all over the place. Alright, to describe the alternative attitude. Okay, sorry, I gotta be serious. That's one of the reasons. Couldn't do this like 3 days ago. It was a lot worse. I don't know if I just now got COVID, I'm a late bloomer, or it's like COVID 30, or like COVID, what's like a cool letter of the Greek alphabet? So COVID psi? COVID phi? I've got COVID phi. Let's just say that. Where was I? This is all not a good mixture. Well, pleasant change. We can change it there. Every accretion must modify me. I want it to do so. I want to assimilate it, absolutely. I want to make it a permanent feature of my temple. I am not afraid of losing myself to it. That number 548 just popped in my head and everything that it represents. I'm not afraid of losing myself to it, if only because it also is modified by myself in the act of union. Especially now. I am not afraid of its being the wrong thing, because every experience is a play of nuit, and the worst that can happen is a temporary loss of balance, which is instantly adjusted as soon as it is noticed, by recalling and putting into action the formula of contradiction. That's why everything's a big fucking funhouse. Couldn't think of the word. The words. That's why it's words. Because it's like, you gotta put shit together. It's all falling apart. Remember the Fama Fraternitatis, when they opened the vault, which held the pastos of our Father Christian Rosenkreutz. All these colors were brilliant and flashing. That is, if one panel measured 10 by 40, or 10 inches by 40 inches, the symbol, say yellow, would occupy 200... Wait, is that feet? Wait, square inches. Never mind. I don't know. I'm retarded. I just thought 200 would be a lot of square inch. 200 inches? But then I was like, wait, yeah, so... Sorry. In the background, in the case, violet, the other 200 square inches. Hence they dazzled. Gotta get it all out of there. It's deep. All my little bronchioles are coated in all this nasty shit. I'm gonna cough it up, and unfortunately I have to swallow it this time. Just make sure that visual's loud and clear. Hence they dazzled. The limitation, restriction, demarcation disappeared. And the result was an equity. We learned all about it from Kamala Harris. Idea, a form and color which is beyond physical understanding. Oh, unfortunately for some people, all we have is physical. It's only physical. At one time, Picasso tried to work out this idea on canvas. And then he went crazy. Destroy that equilibrium by 1/10,000,000th of an inch, and the effect is lost. The unbalanced item stands out like a civilian in the midst of America, in the midst of a regiment. True, this faculty, this feeling for equilibrium, must be acquired. But once you have done so, it is an unerring guide. Instant discomfort warns one. The impulse to scratch it, the analogy is too apt to reject, is irresistible. Scratch that itch. Don't resist. And how, damn my dyslexia. And oh, how imperative this is, unless this your universe is perfect. Unless your universe is perfect. In every letter, in every language. And perfection includes the idea of balance. How can you come even to Atma Darshana? Hindus may maintain that Atma Darshana, or at any rate Shiva Darshana, is the equivalent of crossing the abyss. Beware of any such conclusions. The trances are simply isolated experiences. Ew. Don't ever comb your hair after putting gel in it. Trances are simply isolated experiences, sharply cut off from normal thought life. To cross the abyss is a permanent and fundamental revolution in the whole of one's being. Much more upon the brink of the abyss. If there be missing or redundant even one atom, the entire monstrous, the portentous mass must tend to move with irresistible impact. Sorry, it's like too hard not to. In such direction as to restore the equilibrium. To deflect it, well, think of a gyroscope. To deflect it, well, think of a gyroscope. How then can you destroy it in one sole stupendous gesture? Somehow I heard that like possibility in my brain, so I was like, listen to the voice and listen to the vision and the voice. Sorry. See, I ruin everything. Listen to the vision and the voice. Ta-da. Perhaps the best and simplest plan is for me to pick out the most important of the relevant passages and put them together as an appendix to this letter. Sorry, I'm not taking this serious. It's just I see how long this is, and I'm like, when is he going to get to the good part? More, I don't know. He's being more wordy than I am. Also, by contrast, those allusions to the Black Brothers and the left-hand path. This ought to give you a clear idea of what each is and does, of what distinguishes their respective methods in some ways so confusingly alike. I hope indeed, most sincerely, that you will whet your magical dagger on the stone of the whys, and wield most deftly and determinedly both the white-handled and the black-handled burin. In trying to express these opinions, I am constantly haunted by the dread that I may be missing some crucial point. Like the main point. What's the point? What's that main point? We're dancing around it. Dot. What's the dot? Where is that dot? We're even allowing a mere quabble to pass for an argument. It makes it only all the worse when one has become so habituated by neshamic ideas to knowing, even before one says it, that what one is going to say is of necessity untrue. As untrue as it is contradictory. So what can it possibly matter what one says or how they say it unless you're trying to use it against them? Oh, good thing I do it so much better. Such doubts are dampers enough of because be he damned for a dog. Here, follow the quotations. I don't even know what I just said, but here, follow the quotations from The Vision and the Voice. That's probably what happens when people who drink, I only had an alcohol and a half, however much is left, plus one, and, the minus of that, whatever you want to say. And, however you want to say it. That's probably what happens is people who drink too much or just any at all, which is apparently too much, according to alcoholics, which I'm really not. This is just a one-off thing for me for this month. Thought I would try something new. I don't know. But I think it's because you get so many thoughts in your brain, you can only say one thing at a time. And that little train of thought wastes all the time for all the other thoughts that are probably even better. So that's what happens. Alcoholics couldn't tell you that because they just have too many other thoughts get in the way, and most of them are not even that important. The most important one being that the alcoholic train of thought is almost by nature a waste of time. Anyway, the angel reappears. The blackness gathers about, so thick, so cleaning, so penetrating, so oppressive, that all the other darkness that I've ever conceived would be like bright light beside it. It's makes this black right here seem not very black. It's nice and black, but not too black. Black. His voice comes in a whisper. Oh, thou that art master of the 50 gates of understanding. What is this squeak? Do you hear that? It's okay. It's just that, I keep turning, and then it's one little squeak that sounds like someone going, "Aw, aw, aw." It's kind of cute. That would actually sell, a chair. Well, I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't. Oh well, who cares? So yeah, I just like the sound of my voice too. Oh, thou art that art that. O thou that art master of the 50 gates of understanding, is not my mother a black woman? O thou that art master of the pentagram, is not the egg of spirit a black egg? Here abideth terror in the blind ache of the soul, and lo, even I, who am the sole light, a spark shutter up, stand in the sign of Apophis and Typhon. So whoever's saying that, whether it's Crowley or whether it's literally just the thoughts of flowing through him, it's pretty cool. I am the snake that devoureth the spirit of man with the lust of light. The lust of light. fucking awesome. I am the sightless storm in the night that wrappeth the world about with desolation. Chaos is my name, the thick darkness. And again, 111. Aphel. And dazzling brilliance too. I mean, I don't remember what that one is, but it's 1112. And that's what, when I see 111 in my mind, I see it as like both somehow the bindu, the black dot that like encompasses everything in a weird paradoxical way, like the mathematical point. But it's also, I mean, it is Q-tub in Arabic, QTB, Kutub, whatever. But it's also like, it makes me think that like not pitch white, whatever the word would be for all white, like those white rooms or whatever, like in TV, like when they go outside of this time spectrum somehow, like SpongeBob or So Weird or like other things. I mean, The Matrix. Everyone knows that one though. So know that the darkness of the earth is ruddy and the darkness of the air is gray, but the darkness of the soul is utter blackness. That's okay. It's 311, just another day. The egg of the spirit is a basilisk egg, and the dates of the understanding are 50. That is the sign of the scorpion, none. And 50, like, I don't know, there's something about 50 and none. I see it as like a black, like, maybe not black, but like a wall, and then like a force on the other side. I can only perceive as black because you don't even know what's on the other side. So it's like the idea of like a barrier. Maybe it could be because 50 is half of 100. Maybe I'm just retarded. The pillars about the neophyte are crowned with flame in the vault. This is way too hard. Just 2 beers. Jesus Christ, I'm a yoni. Anyway, the pillars of the neophyte are crowned with flame, and the vault of the adepts is lighted by the rose. And in the abyss is the eye of the hawk. But upon the great sea shall the master of the temple find neither star nor moon. And I was about to answer him, the light is within me. But before I could frame the words, he answered me, and with the great word that is the key of the abyss. And he said, Thou hast entered the night. Dost thou yet lust for day? Sorrow is my name, and affliction. So that's crazy, because I was just thinking how I wanted to tell like everyone again in my thoughts that like the Arabian Nights, the 1001 Nights, 1001, Crowley knew it, and so did probably Richard Burton, who Crowley looked up to. That it's like a Kabbalistic play on the fact that 1001 is Akkad 1, and then Layla, night. Wait, which one is it? Laylah. Layla times a chad or a cod. And 1001 is like a very Nuiti number. Nuiti. Anyway, sorrow is my name and affliction. I am girt about with tribulation. I think we could probably all identify with that at least. If there's one thing we can take home. Here still hangs the crucified one, and here the mother weeps over the children that she hath not borne. Sterility is my name in desolation. Intolerable is thine ache, and incurable thy wound. I said, Let the darkness come over or cover me, and behold, I am compassed about with the blackness that hath no name. O thou, who hast cast down the light into the earth, thou must thou do forever. Or so must that. Sorry, it's just I get why some people don't like these like things like that. Normally I can read it, but so must thou do forever. And the light of the sun shall not shine upon thee, and the moon shall not lend thee of her luster. And the stars shall be hidden because thou art past beyond these things, beyond the need of these things, beyond the desire of these things. What I thought were shapes of rocks, rather felt than seen, now appear to be veiled masters, sitting absolutely still and silent. Oh my God, I thought that today. I was like, I actually understand the mountains more than I understand the people. But now I'm starting to sound like someone else, I know. But now, nor can anyone be distinguished from the others. And the angel saith, Behold, where thine angel hath led thee. Thou didst ask fame, power, and pleasure, health, and wealth, and love, and strength, and length of days. Thou didst hold life with 8 tentacles like an octopus. Thou didst seek the 4 powers and 7 delights and the 12 emancipations and the 22 privileges and the 49 manifestations, and lo, thou art become as one of thee. Bowed are their bowed are their backs, bowed are their rainbows. Whereon resteth the universe. Veiled are their faces that have beheld the glory ineffable. Veiled are their faces that have beheld the glory ineffable. These adepts seem like pyramids, their hoods and robes are like pyramids. And the angel saith, Verily is the pyramid a temple of initiation. Verily also is it a tomb. Thinkest thou that there is life within the masters of the temple that sit hooded and camped upon the sea? Verily there is no life in them. Their sandals were the pure light, and they have taken them from their feet and cast them down through the abyss. For this ether is holy ground. Sorry, this is like pretty cool. I have to think about what he's saying as I'm reading it. I don't want to just brisk through it, even though now my reading of it this way is going to sound like shit. But oh well. Herein no forms appear in the vision of God face to face, that is transmuted in the athanor called disillusion, or hammered into one of the forge of meditation, is in this place but a blasphemy and a mockery. And the beatific vision is no more, and the glory of the Most High is no more. There is no more knowledge, there is no more bliss, there is no more power, there is no more beauty. For this is the place of understanding. For thou art one with the primeval things. Drink in the myrrh of my speech, that is bruised with the gall of the rock. Or rope. I don't know, I'm not familiar with ROC. Oh wait, actually I am. Twisted's little friend. The ROC. Well, he's not little, but... Sorry. Starting to be retarded. I just started to be retarded. It's just one of those things you start doing. And dissolved in the ink of the cuttlefish and perfumed with the deadly nightshade. This is thy wine, who wast drunk upon the wine of Iachus. And for bread shalt thou eat salt, O thou, on the corn of Ceres, that didst wax fat. For as pure being is pure nothing, so is pure wisdom pure. And so is pure understanding, silence, and stillness, and darkness. The eye is called 70 in the triple Aleph, whereby thou perceivest, divideth into the number of the terrible bird that is the key of the abyss. I am Hermes, that am sent from the Father, to expound all things discreetly in these last words that thou shalt hear before thou take thy seat among these, whose eyes are sealed up, and whose ears are stopped, and whose mouths are clenched, who are folded in upon themselves, the liquor of whose bodies is dried up, so that nothing remains but a little pyramid of dust. So yeah, reading the Liber 418 is going to take a while. I mean, maybe not. I mean, I'm not even going to try to do it anytime soon, but it would be fun. It would be very fun. In that bright light of comfort, and the piercing sword of truth, and all the power and beauty that they have made of themselves is cast from them, as it is written, I saw Satan like lightning fall from heaven. And as a flaming sword is dropped through the abyss, where the 4 beasts, where the four beasts keep watch and ward, and it appeareth in the heaven of Jupiter as a morning star, or as an evening star, and the light thereof shineth even unto the earth, and bringeth hope and help to them that dwell in the darkness of thought, and drink of the poison of life. 50 are the gates of understanding, and 106 are the seasons thereof. And the name of every season is death. The vision and the voice, 14th ether. And for this work thereafter, so we enter the earth, and there is a veiled figure in absolute darkness, yet it is perfectly possible to see in it. So we enter the earth, and there is a veiled figure in absolute darkness, yet it is perfectly possible to see in it, so that the minutest details do not escape us. And upon the root of one flower he pours acid, so that the root writhes as if in torture. And another he cuts, and the shriek is like the shriek of a mandrake, torn up by the roots. And another he sears with fire, and yet another he anoints with oil. And I said, Heavy is the labor, but great indeed is the reward. And the young man answered me, He shall not see the reward, he tendeth the garden. And I said, What shall come unto him? And he said, This thou canst not know, nor is it revealed by the letters that are the totems of the stars, but only by the stars. And he says to me quite disconnectedly, The man of earth is the adherent, the lower giveth his life unto the work among men. The hermit goeth solitary, and giveth only of his light. The hermit goeth solitary, and giveth only of his light unto men. And I asked him, Why does he tell me that? And he says, I tell thee not, thou tellest thyself, for thou hast pondered thereupon for many days, and hast not found light. And now that thou art called, and now that thou art called Nemo, the answer to every riddle that thou hast not found shall spring up in thy mind unsought. Who can tell upon what day a flower shall bloom? And thou shalt give thy wisdom unto the world, and that shall be thy garden. And concerning time and death thou hast not to do with these things. For though a precious stone be hidden in the sand of the desert, it shall not heed for the wind of the desert, although it be but sand. And that's what's crazy. Like Kenneth Grant mentioned something in the, or I don't know if he does, but it's in the Ninth Arch, Book of Liber, the sand-blown cell. And it makes me think of just the fact that, like, the Ancient Secret, she talks about these crystal balls and all these other sorts of, like, coracles, and I don't know, but it's like a metaphor for your, not your soul necessarily, but your life, and how it's like a big bubble. It's like a Krishna, a Samudra drop, as I've called it. But, what was I going to say? Sand in the desert. How we're like little balls that get blown and then pop. For the worker of works hath worked thereupon, and because it is clear it is invisible, and because it is hard it moveth not. All these words are heard by everyone that is called a Nemo, and with that doth he apply himself to understanding. And he must understand the virtue of the waters of death, and he must understand the virtue of the sun and of the wind, and of the worm that turneth the earth, and of the stars that roof in the garden. And he must understand the separate nature and property of every flower, or how shall he tend his garden? 13th ether. And thus for the masters of the temple, for the Black Brothers, how? For Choronzon is as it were the shell or excrement of these three paths, and therefore is his head raised unto doth, and therefore he hath the Black Brotherhood declared him to be the child of wisdom and understanding, who is but the bastard of the Svastika. And this is that which is written in the Holy Kabbalah concerning the whirlpool and Leviathan and the great stone. Third ether. Moreover, there is Mary, a blasphemy against Babylon, for she hath shut herself up. And therefore is she the queen of all those wicked devils that walk upon the earth, those that thou sawest even as little black specks that stained the heaven of Urania. And all these are the excrement of Choronzon. And for this is Babylon under the power of the magician, that she hath submitted herself unto the work, and she darteth the abyss. And in her is a perfect purity of that which is above. Yet she is sent as the Redeemer to them that are below. For there is no other way into the supernal mystery but through her and the beast on which she rideth. And the magician is set beyond her to deceive the brothers of blackness, lest they should make unto themselves a crown. For it there were 2 crowns, then should Yggdrasil, the ancient tree, be cast out into the abyss, uprooted and cast down into the outermost abyss, in the arcanum which is in the adytum should be profaned, and the ark should be touched, and the lodge spied upon by them that are not masters. And the bread of the sacrament should be the dung of Choronzon, and the wine of the sacrament should be the water of Choronzon. And the incense should be dispersion, and the fire upon the altar should be hate. But lift up thyself, stand, play the man, for behold, there shall be revealed unto thee the great terror, the thing of awe that hath no name. Third ether. And now she cometh forth again, riding upon a dolphin. Now again I see those wandering souls that have sought restricted love, and have not understood that the word of sin is restriction. It is very curious. They seem to be looking for one another, or for something, all the time, constantly hurrying about. But they knock up against one another, and yet will not see one another, or cannot see one another, because they are so shut up in their cloaks. I had a dream like that, where the people, like, when you tried to, move them, they freaked out. And just, I don't know, it's kind of like Resident Evil, I guess, with the nurses. And a voice sounds, "It is most terrible for the one that hath shut himself up and made himself fast against the universe. For they that sit encamped upon the sea in the city of the pyramids are indeed shut up, but they have given their blood even to the last drop to fill the cup of Babylon. These that thou seest are indeed the black brothers, for it is written, He shall laugh at their calamity and mock when their fear cometh. And therefore hath he exalted them unto the plane of love. And yet again it is written, He desireth not the death of a sinner, but rather that he should turn from his wickedness. Now if one of these were to cast off his cloak, he should behold the brilliance of the lady of the ether, but they will not. And again, Oh, I see vast plains beneath her feet, enormous deserts studded with great rocks, and I see little lonely souls running helplessly about, minute black creatures like men, and they keep up a very curious howling that I can compare to nothing that I have ever heard, yet it is strangely human. And the voice says, These are they that grasped love and clung thereto, praying ever at the knees of the great goddess. These are they that have shut themselves up in the fortress of love. Seventh ether. Moreover, this also. And this is the meaning of the supper of the Passover, the spilling of the blood of the Lamb being a ritual of the dark brothers. For they have sealed up the pylon with blood, lest the angel of death should enter therein. Thus do they shut themselves off from the company of the saints. Thus do they keep themselves from the compassion and from understanding. Accursed are they, for they shut up their blood in their heart. They keep themselves from the kisses of my mother Babylon, and in their lonely fortresses they pray to the false moon, and they bind themselves together with an oath, and with a great curse. And of their malice they conspire together, and they have power and mastery, and in their cauldrons do they brew the harsh wine of delusion, mingled with the poison of their selfishness. Thus they make war upon the Holy One, sending forth their delusion upon men, and upon everything that liveth, so that their false compassion is called compassion, and their false misunderstanding is called understanding, and their false understanding is called understanding. For this is their most potent spell. Yet of their own poison do they perish, and in their lonely fortresses shall they be eaten up by time that hath cheated them to serve him, and by the mighty devil Choronzon, their master, whose name is the second death. For the blood that they have sprinkled on their pylon, that is a bar against the angel death, is the key by which he entereth in. 12th Ether. And finally, yet must he that understandeth go forth unto the outermost abyss, and there must he speak with him that is set above the fourfold terror, the prince of evil, even with Choronzon, the mighty devil that inhabiteth the outermost abyss. And none may speak with him or understand him, but the servants of Babylon, that understand, and they that are without understanding his servants. Behold, it entereth not into the heart, nor into the mind of man to conceive this matter. For the sickness of the body is death, and the sickness of the heart is despair, and the sickness of the mind is madness. But in the outermost abyss is sickness of the aspiration, and sickness of the will, and sickness of the essence of all. And there is neither word nor thought wherein the image of its image is reflected. And whoso passeth into the outermost abyss, except he be of them that understand, holdeth out his hands, and boweth his neck unto the chains of Choronzon. And as a devil he walketh about the earth, immortal, and he blasteth the flowers of the earth, and he corrupteth the fresh air, and he maketh poisonous the water, and the fire that is the friend of man, and the pledge of his aspiration, seeing that it mounteth ever upward as a pyramid. And seeing that man stole it in a hollow tube from heaven, even that fire he turneth into ruin, in madness, and fever, and destruction. And thou that art an heap of dry dust in the city of the pyramids must understand these things. Beware, therefore, O thou who art appointed to understand the secret of the outermost abyss. For in every abyss thou must assume the mask and form of the angel thereof. Hadst thou a name, thou wert irrevocably lost. Search therefore if there be yet one drop of blood that is not gathered into the cup of Babylon the beautiful. For in that little pile of dust, if there could be one drop of blood, it should be utterly corrupt. It should breed scorpions and vipers, and the cat of slime. And I said unto the angel, Is there not one appointed as a warden? And he said, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. Such an ecstasy of anguish racks me that I cannot give it voice. Yet I know it is but as the anguish of Gethsemane. 7th Ether. Love is the law, love under will. Fraternally sits at 6. And he says to those notes above, I suppose that only a magus could have heard this word, and I think the trouble with these people was that they wanted to substitute the blood of someone else for their own blood, because they wanted to keep their personalities. And so all of that in mind, which must, I doubt, I could hardly keep up with it, but it makes me think of what I end up seeing going on now, not like just going on, but like heading towards what I quote here. And I was like, because for a while I was like, that's kind of... Anyway, I'll get to it. In her book, Lord of the Flame, on page 57, Elizabeth Van Buren mentions the Pyramid Temple of Egypt and refers to Edgar Cayce, who foretold the return of the Great Initiate for the fulfillment of prophecies, which seems to run parallel along the same lines as the coming Great World Teacher, or Maitreya, alluded to in the writings of Alice Bailey. Both claim the late 90s as the time of this initiate's arrival, and Rudolf Steiner as well claimed the incarnation of Ahriman would also occur around this time. The late 90s was the time of the advent of the internet, and so again also possibly Ahriman, or at least the beginning, in massive expansion to global communications and economic policies, as well as the planning of Agenda 21, etc., all of which are related to the temple aspect now being considered. So again, it makes me think of post-64 and what that kind of at least entails. The 21st tarot card is the universe, or the world, Olam, signifying one's mode of operation, your habitat, environment, and surroundings, essentially your strings. Inverted, this means restriction and lack of movement and direction. Agenda 21 and the Internet of Things is an Ahrimanic manifestation that has since become increasingly apparent as an attempt to turn humanity itself into yet another resource to be profited off of and essentially liquidated at every angle of their existence, while being lulled deeper and deeper into apathy. So yeah, I mean, I guess it could sound a little extreme, but maybe 50 years from now it'll be a little too sugar-coated, I guess. I don't know. In the book I Am Lucifer by Clyde Klassen from 1960, Lucifer reveals to the author through an extensive series of received information sessions his past and current attempts at influencing the historical events of humanity on Earth through various individuals and groups, who are the primary vehicles for his influence, which is that of sort of collective subconscious, or which is that of a sort of collective subconscious tendency towards self-destruction. Also see The Anatomy of Human Destructiveness by Erich Fromm from 1973, and The Ghost in the Machine, The Urge to Self-Destruction, a Psychological and Evolutionary Study of Modern Man's Predicament by Arthur Koestler, 1967, which both go into detail regarding this from a more academic point of view. Although Koestler, that book has many different approaches, and because, I don't know, I think of all of his different books and how they split off into different, like, applications. Because if you read that book just based on probably what you might hear about it, because there's not much said about it, you'd think it would be like pro transhumanism or something, but it's really not. He's actually, I don't know, Arthur Koestler was really cool. In Klassen's book, he concludes saying that now this same age-old situation is manifesting now in the guise of a modern technological and socialistic communism. You don't say. My dupes would not labor so enthusiastically if they could guess what I have in store for them. Since they do not and cannot believe in my existence, I can take the risk of unfolding my plans. When the puppets of my two god states have conquered the remainder of the planet for me, I shall restore the original religion. Moloch will be resurrected, but with technological improvements. I am dreaming of an image the height of a skyscraper, gaudily illuminated with neon tubes. Conveyor belts can be adapted to carry the sacrificial infants. China alone will be able to supply millions of babies annually. Devouring Molochs will be set up in every major city of every continent. it will certainly solve the problem of overpopulation. These delights are for the future. At present, I am worried. For the first and only time since I became ruler of this planet, I do not want war. Intercontinental missiles and hydrogen bombs have rendered it too dangerous. Earth's entire population could be exterminated. And then what could become of me? Pages 250 through 251 of I Am Lucifer by Clyde Klassen. This could quite literally be the situation that is faced if current trends continue and proper care is not taken for the temple. And so also, when you realize that the weapons are essentially just elemental expressions of the Vajra, or the swastika, which has been inverted, mostly internally, mentally, and by proxy, like, essentially, well, the circle is the primary zone of operation within the temple, both physically as a ceremonial circle and psychically as a mental shell container and shield. The circle implies the sphere, which in turn implies the fourth dimensional counterpart of mind, light, illumination, occupying space-time. So the toroid, the quantum hypertoroid, which is funny because quantum spaces is 6 at 6. Well, that's what the the torus hypercube has. I mean, that's what anything has spaces, but it's quantum spaces. See? Hold on. Yeah, so the circle is divided from 360 into various degrees, all of which unlock an aspect of the wisdom it contains. 90 is the X, or Zadi, which cuts the circle into 4 sections of 90 degrees. 180 is the axis, Teth He He, Aleph, Zadi, Yod, Semek, along which the 360 is evenly divided. 270 is the number of Tantra, the ritual or practice of channeling the macrocosmic source energy to the microcosmic temple. And obviously Tantra means many things from simple to complex, but being essentially the warp, the web, the loom, that's what this kind of refers to. It's the warping of that axis in the 360, and that Tantra Loka being the circle. 360 is or combines the 4 gates of the self into one singular formula. So I was going to I was thinking different ways of putting it, I just didn't change it. 360 is the combined blah blah blah, I don't know. 360 tripled is the 3 rings or ring pass knots along with the central point formulates 1081. Which is the value of Tiferet in Hebrew, a triple extension of the solar 361. So 361 plus 360 plus 360. 1081 is also the value of the Hebrew Tobotham, meaning ring, coil, torus, annulus, wreath, signifying the multi-dimensional torus ring at the heart of the middle pillar of the Tree of Life, which acts as the nexus point between Kether and Malkuth, yet duly veiled by Doth and Yesod. So again, the pillar, the tower, the whole concept of this tower, that tower is the Tantra Loka filament, tower, essence, Kundalini, I don't know, it's all the same fucking thing. Kether sits 20 and Malkuth 496 united result in 1116. So that's 5 more than 1111. So like the 1111, which is that pillar from heaven to earth that Prometheus brings, which Prometheus is 1111, which is the value of the phrase there is no difference in AL chapter 1 verse 4. The book mentioned in this chapter is very important, albeit lacking in any deeper analysis than that of the Greek formulas. Each formula has a beauty of its own and should be studied independently first, and then can be better seen to interrelate afterwards. The creation of the altar, like the creation of the temple, is another expression of the building of the magical universe, and thus should embody the logical proportions and ratios between his micro and macrocosmic bodies. Thus, while the altar should be at the height of the navel, its other proportions can be modified based on various Kabbalistic links between the height or the complete height of the magus, or any variation you find suitable, including such formulas as the magical name, resonant planetary force, etc. The temple and its furnishings can also be thusly arranged to better secure the proper correspondent alignments for the conduction of the necessary currents. So, again, facing various directions when you do certain things, especially over time. Sounds stupid, but I'm not talking about just facing the directions, but just all these different things, they kind of have purpose. Half the time we don't even realize it, though. It's like there's no way our brains can keep up with all this. But many of the major monuments and cityscapes are based on similar principles, which relate, of course, to Freemasonry and the architecture of buildings for their various effects on mind and the environment, and especially their interrelation therewith. Wind, rivers, like stars and whatnot. Compare the feelings and thoughts engendered by a Gothic cathedral compared to that of a prison complex. Or just a school. Huh. Well, there you go. I just thought of something. The cup relates to the legendary mystery of the Holy Grail, which is funny because, like, finally getting to the end of the ancient secret, that's where this whole thing leads. It's funny. The chalice of ecstasy, which is the psyche itself, in its pure, rarefied form, the philosopher's stone, 888. Cup has one value of 89, a number of which Crowley considered as troublesome. In the ending of the words, Magical Philosophy of Aleister Crowley, by Oliver St. John and Sophie Di Giorio, the number is mentioned. As the Virgin, the soul is 89. The Kabbalistic number of silence, a body and bridal chamber, and a talismanic formula. Footnote 33. According to Aleister Crowley, the number 89 is a number of sin, restriction, the wrong kind of silence, that of the Black Brothers. However, Crowley either ignored or was not aware of the vital talismanic formula that is implied here, or that is in implicity, that is implied here. The body, Guf, 89, is the tomb or mummy wrapping of the seed destined for the stars. The number is equal to bridal chamber or palace. When multiplied by the magic of 11, the result is 979. The reflection of 79. A Kabbalistic investigation of 979 may yield much treasure. The number resumes the process of creating a magical child, a homunculus or star of Nuit, a babe in the egg of blue. The rules of this art are 8 and 90, or 98. They are the soul's perfect opposite, her magical mirror. They are the means by which she unifies the animal, human, and divine nature latent in herself. There is help and hope in other spells. Wisdom says, "Be strong. Then canst thou bear more joy. Be not animal, refine thy rapture. If thou drink, drink by the 8 and 90 rules of art. If thou love, exceed by delicacy. And if thou do aught joyous, let there be subtlety therein." A.L. chapter 2, verse 70. 89 is also the O, the shape associated with the body of Nuit's expanse, as well as Hadith's, as well as Liber O, and the egg of manifestation they create together. The O is the pure soul, the Ayin or I, in the light of the body. So again, basically the Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and the Nirmanakaya, which also I was just talking to in relation to the 222 to someone. And yeah, it's pretty cool. It's like a tapestry of koshas in the Samkhya Karika. See also, I'm just thinking it out loud, I can't help it. See also the Gnostic manuscript, the Discourse on the 8th and the 9th, as well as a past post, the Faculty of Abraxas. For the faculty is also 89. 98 is the upaya, or expedient and skillful means of the art. And that came up a lot. So yeah, pe or pa is interesting, especially in Sanskrit. Like all the words that begin with pa kind of imply something higher, even though if you, like, I'll read the chapter on P in Sign and Design, and he seems to say it's like something coming down, like striking down from up high, which is like kind of like the tower symbolism, but yet it still implies something being up high. So Padma, Pancha, or Pancha. So that 5, I don't know what it is about the 5 in its relation to 80, but 5 times 16 is 80, and 16 is Crowley's Liber, or book on the, like, relating to the tower. Padma, Panka, Panko, Panda, Para, Pasa, Pari, Pinda, Prajna, Pranava. I don't know, I saw some pretty profound pas. Puja. And I started to wonder, like, that made me, I was like, what's that sign and design say about P? We're going to have to read that. But, and then I ended up realizing Q is just like a very close relative to P, even though it's newer, so I had to read the Q chapter as well. I'm going to put note. Recently, I had uploaded 2 videos which were quickly deemed inappropriate content by YouTube, although without any indication as to what was inappropriate. I was soon able to repost one of them under another account, though the second caused me to get a strike, making me unable to post for 2 weeks. I will be using another source for the time being. Chances are there will be many of these attempts to stall progress, and I was only waiting for the day to come. But no matter how much the weak and ignorant resist, the show must go on. And I said, but no matter how much the weak and ignorant resist, the show must go on. But yeah, I kind of felt like there was something nefarious going on, because I was like, why would these be being blocked? Because I was doing things to, like, make sure they wouldn't. But I thought it was YouTube just, like, I don't know, saying you can't do that. I was like, yes I can. Yes we can. Obama told me. Anyway, there's that. Took forever to get through. Alright, so there's 2 forms of PDFs for the Yoga of the Guhya Samaja Tantra by Alex Wayman. The one that has the clearer text has errors in the translation or whatever it's called. And since the Tibetan can't obviously be OCR or whatever it's called, I'll have to read this, like, crappier one, but I'm not going to read the whole thing. I just want to read the, like, preface and the documents or whatever to give a better understanding and background, I guess, of the context of this text, since I'm waiting for it to come in the mail. And I don't know, it's something that's taking, obviously, a developmental, gradual process to slowly come to terms with, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, here is this from 1977 to Professor Murray B. Emino,
who set the standard difficult to sustain. Preface. The work here presented to the public is an organization of materials from the Guhya Samaja Tantra cycle, stressing the aspect of yoga, with sufficient introductory treatments to enable the reader to place this remarkable literature within the general frame of Indian thought and religious practice, which has already made worldwide contributions to the theory of yoga. The set of 40 verses was memorized for centuries by followers of the Arya Guhya Samaja tradition, which claims that these verses explain the entire Guhya Samaja Tantra. I made up a title, the Guhya Samaja Nidana Karika, for those verses, or Karika, which go with each syllable of the initial sentence, Nidana, of the Guhya Samaja Tantra. The verses stem from the explanatory Tantra Vajramala, and were extant in the original Sanskrit by reason of being cited in the Pratipadayotana manuscript. As the synthetic commentary on the verses became increasingly technical, considerable introductory material was indicated. And this grew to 3 introductions before I was satisfied with the standard of clarification. Thus, the reader has a bridge to the verses, which in turn have been sufficiently annotated to bring out their individual character. Having long ago become aware of the hazards of speculating on the intricate subject of Tantra, I have tried at every point to bring forward the authentic and reliable passages, whether in Sanskrit or Tibetan. But I do not deny my own contribution of selecting, translating, and organizing this material, and especially the decision to group the 40 verses according to the steps of yoga. Since most of the material in this book has not hitherto appeared in Western sources, certainly as far as English is concerned, I have preferred to give the original passages. However, I have omitted the Tibetan for Tsongkhapa's Machen Grail on the 40 verses, because the interlinear form of this annotation renders it difficult to cite separately, and there are some other omissions of Tibetan. The reader will soon notice my overwhelming use of Tsongkhapa's works. His writing is like the personal message of a guru, for it is always to explain, not to conceal. The Tibetan chronicle called the Blue Annals has a most eloquent tribute to Tsongkhapa for his authoritative works on the Guhya Samaja system. The concluded research is the outcome of a long-time aspiration. My original delving into the major theories is found in my first major published article, Notes on the Sanskrit term jnana, from 1955. Already I knew about the 40 verses and that they are quoted in the Pratipadayotana, because they are mentioned in an important context in Makas Grub Rijay's Fundamentals of the Buddhist Tantras. The late Professor F.D. Lessing and myself collaborated on a translation of this Tibetan book during the 1950s, even though it was not published until 1968. I realized that to do anything scholarly with the 40 verses, I would have to obtain the original Sanskrit, which was presumably in the Pratipadayotana manuscript of the Bihar Research Society. During my faculty research in India from February 1963 to January 1964, sponsored by the American Institute of Indian Studies, it became part of a wonderful memory of 1963 Diwali days in Patna that the Bihar Research Society, in conjunction with the K.P. Jayaswal Institute, graciously arranged for me to secure an enlargement of the Pratipadayotana manuscript, for which I am most grateful. On December 24, 1963, the author was granted an interview with the Dalai Lama at Dharamsala, or Punjab, India, during which His Holiness expressed delight to learn that the 40 revelation verses explaining the initial sentence of the Guhya Samaja were extant in that unique manuscript. He mentioned a Tibetan tradition that there had been an Indian commentary on these 40 verses, not translated into the Tibetan language, and asked to be informed if such a Sanskrit commentary were to turn up. It is a special pleasure of this research that the present modest incursion into the vast Goya Samaja lore leads to the publication in India of this commentary on the Nidana verses, which thus becomes an Indian commentary in a sense. If an old Sanskrit commentary ever turns up, the contents should overlap. But the fact that the data has been sifted through a Western consciousness will have brought many changes of outer form. Upon returning to my position of those days in Madison, Wisconsin, with the help of the Tibetan version, I edited the 40 verses in Sanskrit, which along with the Tibetan and English translation heads the documents. As time went on, I collected materials from a synthetic commentary, on which account I must pay tribute to the remarkably convenient Japanese photographic edition of the Peking Kanjur Tanjur and of Tsongkhapa's collected works, all of which has contributed so much to this endeavor. The early integrating labor was pursued in part-time research in the fall of 1965, supported by Ford area funds of the University of Wisconsin, and I tried out some of the subject matter in my seminars on Tantric Buddhism at Madison in spring 1966 and at Columbia as a visitor in fall 1966. In summer 1966, I put together a manuscript that had considerable information on the subject. The Department of Indian Studies in Madison kindly afforded me secretarial assistance for typing up these technical materials. During the next academic year, I decided to include even more data while publishing such a book. During the summer 1967, in a special teaching and research arrangement by my department in Madison, I selected from the photographic edition of the Tibetan canon a great amount of works or portions of works dealing with these and kindred topics. My assistant, Mr. Kiyo Kanda, duplicated all those pages on the excellent machine of the University Industry Research Program in Madison by the cooperation of the ladies in that office. This provided me maximum ease of consulting texts as desired. In my new position at Columbia University starting in fall 1967, I found some leisure from time to time for pursuing more of the relevant texts and for making more use of the Pratipadayotana manuscript, which, however, is only of interest to me for completing this book. The sabbatical year, 1969-70, allowed me by Columbia University afforded me some leisure for further improvements and corrections. I am confident that the delays have considerably strengthened the contribution to knowledge of this tantric system, and that any future investigator of this or associated Buddhist tantric literature will find in this a rich reference work. An important observation of comparing the basic text of the Guhya Samaja Tantra with its commentaries, and in particular with the kind of ideas found in the 40 verses and their annotation, is that the commentarial literature brings forth an array of data that is not at all apparent in the basic Tantra. This observation leads to the surprising conclusion that one cannot evaluate the Guhya Samaja Tantra in its edited Sanskrit form simply by reading it, which is the premise of the modern-day condemnation of the Tantra. Adding to the difficulty is the loss in original Sanskrit of most of the commentarial works, which, fortunately, are almost all available in fine Tibetan translations. But few specialists are prepared to exploit these Tibetan works. For example, the only published paper that I know of as employing Tsongkhapa's Machan Grail to any extent is Giuseppe Tucci's Some Glosses upon the Guhya Samaja. Tucci also explored the Guhya Samaja Mandala in his Indo-Tibetica, and in his work translated into English under the title The Theory and Practice of the Mandala. Without any recollection of these previous efforts, it still follows that the subject of the Goya Samaja has an importance deserving its own book. I believe it fair to say that the very effort of integrating materials from the vast sources has brought this system into a focus not hitherto possible, with those, other than Professor Tucci, who only brushed against it in the dark, and then praised or blamed. It is a pleasure to recall the helpful conversations with Dr. Rasik Vihari Joshi about some of the Sanskrit verses included in this book. An explanation is due to the readers who expected this work to appear some years ago, since it was submitted to a publisher in South India late in 1969. Through no fault of that publisher, but only of troubles in his city, it was finally necessary to resubmit it to the present publisher. I am indeed grateful to Sri N.P. Jain of Motilal Banarsidass to have undertaken this work and give it a speedy processing. However, those who appreciate the appendixes should thank the publishing delay. Also, in the meantime, Samuel Weiser, Incorporated of New York, published another work of mine on the Buddhist Tantras, with materials mostly different from the content of the present work, just as this one is so different from Makas Grubruje's Fundamentals of the Buddhist Tantras. This should point attention to the almost inexhaustible character of the Buddhist Tantras. Alex Wayman, New York City, July 1977. And so this part is the documents that he's referring to in the verses. And then he has a really long but really good introduction to Buddhist Tantrism, and then the Goya Samaja Tantra itself, and then the yoga of its system, and then like a long, even longer commentary on the Karikas, or the 40 verses he's talking about. And then the Lankavatara Sutra and the Goya Samaja Tantra and its relations. So, Part 1, Documents. The purpose of placing the documents first is to expose the Goya Samaja Tantra on its literal level. This was always the initial step in the traditional understanding of Buddhism, pursuant to the 3 instructions, or Shitsatraya. Insight consisting of hearing, insight consisting of contemplation, and insight consisting of cultivation, or putting into practice. That is to say, Buddhism always acknowledged a kind of insight, prajna, for the elementary step of exposure to the text when it was accompanied by devotion, even if necessitating personal discomfort. The subsequent introductions, annotation of the 40 verses, and appendices all represent the pondering level for this study. While the documents provide the most elementary level of insight, the form in which they are exhibited here has some advantage over their service to the reader of edited Sanskrit texts. In particular, a number of corrections have been made to the Sanskrit text of chapters 6 and 12, Goya Samaja Tantra, prior to their translation. Again, a portion of the Pratipadyotana commentary on chapter 12 is presented from an unedited work, and the same holds for the 40 verses themselves, here edited in Sanskrit. Also, the translations of the 2 chapters in the extractive comment on chapter 12 have been slightly expanded by the use of commentarial and subcommentarial materials, mainly available in Tibetan. Of course, the theory of insight consisting of hearing takes for granted that the text itself is correct. Thus, considerable care has been taken with the documents to meet this condition laid down for insight. 1. The Goya Samaja Nidana Karika, Sanskrit, Tibetan, English. This section of the documents exhibits samples of the languages employed, Sanskrit and Tibetan for research purposes, and English for translation and communication purposes. The Nadana is the formula at the outset of the Dvaya Samaja Tantra. Evam Maya Srutam Ekasmin Samaye Bhagavan Sarva Tathagatakaya Vakchitta Hridaya Vajrayo Sid Bhagesu Vijahara. The word Nidana is being employed in the sense of primary cause, that is to say, the cause of the entire Dvaya Samaja Tantra. The 40 syllables of that formula serve mnemonic purpose, as initials of 40 verses, Karika. 1. E, or E. 2. Vam. 3. Ma. 4. Ya. 5. Sru. 6. Tam. 7. E. 8. Ka. 9. Smin. 10. Sa. 11. Ma. 12. Ye. 13. Ba. 14. Ga. 15 Van, 16 Sa, 17 Rava, 18 Ta, 19 Tha, 20 Ga, 21 Ta, 22 Ka, 23 Ya, 24 Vak, 25 Sit or Chit, 26 Ta, 27 Her, 28 Da, 29 Ya, 30 Va, 31 Jra, 32 Yo, 33 Sid, 34 Ba, 35 Ge, 36 Su, 37 V, 38 Ja, 39 Ha, and 40 Ra. The original Sanskrit of the 40 verses is here edited from the Pratipadyotana manuscript. The Tibetan translation from the Durje Tanjur edition of the Pratipadyotana, and from the version of the Tantra Vajramala in the Peking Tibetan Tripitaka edition. There are relatively few textual problems. The Sanskrit manuscript gives the syllables chi and ta for Nidana verses 25 and 26, but I followed the Tibetan phonetic transcription since chit and ta correspond more closely to the initial words of the Sanskrit verses. Nidana verse 20 has a defective pada in the manuscript, gachati indriyas tat tat, but the scribe had erased a syllable leading to my solution, gachan asti indriyas tat tat. The correction gachan asti is justified by the Tibetan equivalents hidro bar hidyur ba. The Tibetan text here presented follows the Vajramala, except for some obvious corruptions, remedied with the Pratipadyotana version. The translation Snan Ba Gasal Ba is the old one for Nidana verse 4's Elokabasa. The standard translation is Snan Ba Machedpa. So here's the 40 verses. E is the noble woman, sati, prajna, the moments of aversion, and so on. This root is designated as the experience in the 3 worlds. 2. That spread of light, Vijnana, called means, upaya, attended with begetting of desire, and so on, appears like an emerging bamboo. 3. In the reverse order, the great science, or wisdom, is itself the root of nescience, and the spread of light arises from nescience, avidya, while from that spread of light arises light. 4. At first, the Vijnana, light, passes to what is called spread of light. That passes to the great void, and the latter passes to the clear light. 5. The Vijnana heard here has the characteristics of the 3 lights. This is entirely the root of the Prakritis, natures, of the sentient being realm. 6. The wind seizing takes hold of that entity light in each case, and Vijnana joined with wind continually operates in the world of living beings. 7. This wind, the great element, is the mount of the 3 Vijnanas. By means of it, the Prakritis always proceed accordingly. 8. what be the solid realm, and of water, likewise that of fire and wind. Using these, Vijnana takes birth in the womb of triple gestation. 9. And when this is present, the 5 skandhas arise with the characteristic of construction, possessing form as name, the 3 samskaras, as is also perception, Vijnana, the 5th. 10. Just the knowledge's equality, discriminative procedure of duty, as well as the knowledge's mere-like in Dharmadhatu. In this, knowledge pentad is the Vijnana pentad. 11. The sense base of mind, that of eyes, so of ears, nose, tongue, then of torso. Thus is the origination of the sense bases. 12. The beings in the 3 worlds taking recourse to pranayama, breathing in and out, who recite the king of mantras with ignorance, miss the mental reading. 13. In this gestation are the prakritis, desire, aversion, and so on, as a result of those auspicious and inauspicious karma, therefrom the origination of rebirth. 14. A skandha occurs as a destiny, gati, also as one of the 5 Buddhas, and exhorted as one of the abhisambodhi of 5 kinds. 15. Wind, fire, water, earth are the quaternion lokana, and so on, which is to be known by one with the nature of the 3 gnosis, as conferring the enlightenment of the Buddhas. 16. Every Tathagata body is sealed by 4 seals. By means of the eye, etc., identifications in that body are the bodhisattvas, Ksitigarbha, etc. 17. As for the mighty fury kings who run delighted, one should depict them in their natural abodes of the quarters and intermediate directions, and in the limbs such as the arms. 18. Of the different gods and goddesses generated by him and his family, neither the gods nor goddesses exist, but are displayed for the sake of sentient beings. 19. Afterwards, the yogin who sees the non-duality should be dwelling upon sense objects inferior, intermediate, and superior by seeing the triple gnosis. 20. While each and every sense organ is going by itself toward its sense object, whatever be the sense organ and its range, each of them is light only, Abha Samatra. 21. While the sadhaka is reaching the sense object by way of this and that sense organ, he should make offering completely satisfying the Tathagatas. 22. The protector, i.e. the Buddha, well taught the 3 bodies as being different. Moreover, their unity occurs through the yoga of Nispana Krama. 23. Whatever body characteristic of the Buddhas has been stated to be conventional truth, samvriti satya, the Nispana Yoga would be it through purification in the clear light. 24. The speech path's topic, namely the Lord, the body made of knowledge, is seen like a rainbow, as well as apart from the benefit of all sentient beings. 25. Thought, chitta, thought derivative, chaitasika, and nescience, avidya, are all called respectively insight, prajna, means, upaya, and culmination, upalabdhika, as well as void, sanya, further void, atisanya, and great void, Mahasanya. 26. Then, knowing the differences of the Prakritis in the lights, one should engage in the Karya, namely, abandoning the body of works, Karmakaya. He would obtain the diamond body, Vajradeha. 27. The worldling praxis of aim, having been formed in the heart, he, the Tathagata, creating a conventional body, practices desires exactly as he cares. 28. Like the best wish-granting jewel, Hatha grants everything desired, and, seizing by force, enacts even the success of the Buddhas. 29. Whatever the powerful one of yoga wishes, just that he would do without hindrance, and by means of the yoga of after stability, is continually stabilized. 30. Knowing the portions of the three knowledges, through union of thunderbolt and lotus, the defiled and the undefiled intelligence would dwell therein with bliss forever. 31. The universal self of entities sports by means of the illusory samadhi. It performs the deeds of a Buddha while stationed at the traditional post. 32. Yoga, Ati-yoga, and Maha-yoga occur by themselves. Also Vajran, Dakini, as well as any union or yoga of both, by themselves. 33. Having done even the prohibited, he renounces both the proper and the improper act. The one knowing the intrinsic nature is not adhered to by sin, any more than is a lotus leaf by water. 34. Equipped with the 8 gunas to be practiced, an omniscient being arises, and by himself wanders all over the worldly realm by means of the knowledge body. 35. His home is the sky, wherever he, the Lord, does roam. By the samadhi of great ecstasy, he forever rejoices in that very place. 36. A conventional illustration is made in the world regarding just these distinctions of lights, as the twilight, the night, and the day, so as to see 3 gnosis, or jnana. 37. Worldlings imagine the multiform conventions, which, divided into 3 paths, originate the 3 knowledges. 38. Namely, birth, and by loss of abode, formation of the intermediate state. To the extent there is discursive thought in the world, so is there phenomenal projection of mind and its vehicular winds. 39. Both the acts of laughter and accompanied dance with the 9 sentiments of dramatic art, as well as mudra, mantra, and mental formation, are enacted by Vajrasattva, the tantric elephant. 40. There is no jewel in this world so great as the Svadhisthana, if purified by the clear light, like a gem cleansed by fire. 2. Chapters 6 and 12 of the Dvaya Samaja Tantra, translated into English. These 2 chapters are selected for translation because they are the most important in terms of commentarial literature, for stating explicitly the steps of yoga underlying the entire Dvaya Samaja Tantra. The portions of the 2 chapters which especially apply to steps of yoga are repeated with explanations in Part 2. 3. Introduction to the Yoga of the Dvaya Samaja System. Here we may say by way of introduction that the two stages, stage of generation and stage of completion, are represented by verse blocks in both chapter, while other blocks may go with both stages. In chapter 6, verses 3 through 5 belong to the stage of completion. Verses 6 through 14 represent the pranayama of the stage of generation, and 15 through 18 show the advancement to the pranayama of the stage of completion. In the case of chapter 12, the Pratipadyotana, inaugurating its commentary on verse 50 in that chapter, says, having taught the mundane siddhi by way of the deeds of the yogin belonging to the state of generation, now in order to teach the means of accomplishing the siddhi of mahamudra, of those situated in the stage of completion, there are the words vajra samaya and so on of verse 50. Presumably these stage of completion verses continue through 59. Then verses 60 through 63 show the step of achieving those siddhis of the stage of generation, while the verse 64, on which Chandrakirti has the long commentary which is edited in the next section, is understood to allude to the steps of achieving the siddhis of the stage of completion. These subsequent verses can be understood to indicate both stages, by use of the four expressions of sadhana, elucidated in Part 2, which can be constructed as the shared sadharana terminology of the two stages. The translations are made from the Bhattacharya edition of the Tantra, with the verse numbering in Dr. S. Bagchi's edition, and with some minimum expansion based on Chandrakirti's Pratipadyotana commentary in the Tibetan edition, with Tsongkhapa's Tipani, Machan Grail, thereon. Since the Sanskrit is readily available in Bagchi's edition and in the reprint of Bhattacharya's edition, there is no reason to reproduce the entire Sanskrit for the two chapters. However, it has been necessary to correct the Sanskrit in certain places with the help of the Tibetan translation in the Kanjur in the Pratipadyotana. And in chapter 12, the lines of verses 39 through 41 have been grouped differently from the edited text. After this manuscript was being printed, I received from Professor Yuke Matsunaga his work, The Dvaya Samaja Tantra, a new critical edition. Upon comparing his readings for chapter 6 and 12, I find confirmation for most of my corrections, in some cases from the readings he accepts, and in the remainder from the variants given in the footnotes. Following are the corrections which are observed in the translation. So chapter 6, verses 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm not going to read these, but here's the corrections. Some of them you could see are understandable. So here's chapter 6. Chapter 6. Then the Tathagata Akshobhya Vajra entered the samadhi called Secret Diamond of the body, speech, and mind of all the Tathagatas, and pronounced this mantra, which empowers the mind. Om Sarva Tathagata Chittavajra Svabhavat Mako. Hum. Om. I am the self-existence of the Chittavajra of all the Tathagatas. Then the Lord, the Tathagata Vairocana Vajra, entered the samadhi called Dustless Diamond Abode, and pronounced this mantra which empowers the body. Om Sarva Tathagatakaya Vajra Svabhavat Mako. Hum. Om. I am the self-existence of the Kaya Vajra of all the Tathagatas. Then the Lord, the Tathagata Amitayur Vajra, entered the samadhi called Non-Dual Diamond, which is the sameless of all Tathagatas, and pronounced this mantra which empowers the speech. Om Sarva Tathagata Vajra Svabhavat Mako. Hum. Om I am the self-existence of the Vajra, of all the Tathagatas. 1. One may perfect by these preeminences the triple diamond, which has the Tathagata secrets, and the absolute abode, which contemplates the conventional abode, and is symbolized by the characteristic of mantras. Then the Lord, the Tathagata Ratnaketu Vajra, entered the samadhi called the diamond which is the lamp of knowledge, and pronounced this mantra which impassions: Om Sarva Tathagata Nuragana Vajra Svabhavat Mako Ham. Om, I am the self-existence of the Anuragana. Om, I am the self-existence of the Anuragana Vajra, of all the Tathagatas. Then the Lord, the Tathagata Amoga Siddhi Vajra, entered the samadhi called Unwasted Diamond, and pronounced this mantra of worship: Om Sarva Tathagata Puja Vajra Svabhavat Mako Ham. Om, I am the self-existence of the Puja Vajra, of all the Tathagatas. 2. One should continually and methodically worship the Buddhas with the 5 strands of desire, or sense objects. By the 5 kinds of worship, he would speedily achieve Buddhahood. So spoke the Lord Vajradhara, master of the body, speech, and mind diamonds of all the Tathagatas. Then the Lord Vajradhara, master of the body, speech, and mind diamonds of all the Tathagatas, pronounced this secret mantra of all the Tathagatas: Om Sarva Tathagata Kaya Vak Chitta Vajra Svabhavat Mako Ham. Om, I am the self-existence of the body, speech, and mind diamonds of all the Tathagatas. 3. The one who has body as the mantra visualized should accomplish, exhorted by speech in the mind, the surpassing one, successful one, one satisfying the mind, beloved one. 4. He should accomplish the selflessness of chitta being visualized, then the contemplation of speech, vaka, and body, then the triple conjunction, finally the abode equal to space. 5. The self-existence of body, speech, and mind visualization is not reached by the praxis of mantra body, nor is revelation in the absence of contemplation. 6. Having pondered in brief this characteristic of body, speech, and mind, he should contemplate the samadhi conjunction to revelation as constructed by mantra. 7. Then the glorious Vajradhara, accompanied by all the Tathagatas, the most omniscient one among all the Buddhas, proclaimed the supreme contemplation. 8. One should imagine a moon disk in the midst of the sky. Having contemplated an image of the Buddha, he should begin the subtle yoga, or sukshma yoga. 9. One should imagine a minute. 9. One should imagine a minute mustard seed at the tip of the nose, and the moving and non-moving worlds in the mustard seed. He should contemplate the joyful realm of knowledge as the highest secret that is imagined by knowledge. 10. He should contemplate a solar disk in the midst of the sky, and having contemplated an image of the Buddha, superimpose it on that abode. Hum. 11. One should contemplate a bright disk in the middle of the sky. Then, he should contemplate a lotus and a diamond in contact in the manner of an eye. 12. He should contemplate a ratna disk in the middle of the sky, and should perseveringly contemplate upon it the original yoga, the syllables Om, Ah, and Hum. 13. Omitted in Tibetan translation of the Mula Tantra and in the explanatory Tantra, Santi Vyakarana. 14. He should contemplate a light disk in the middle of the sky. He should project thereon a Buddha mark which is mild and in differentiation the retinue. 15. He should imagine with perseverance at the tip of his nose a 5-pronged thunderbolt, appearing like a blue lotus petal, and in the advanced degree the size of a tiny barley grain. 16. With enlightenment his sole aim, he should contemplate vividly at the tip of his nose an 8-petaled lotus with filaments in the size of a chickpea. 17. In the extraordinary case, he would construct therein, i.e., in the chickpea, the contemplation of wheel and so on. Then he would accomplish the ecstatic basis of enlightenment, the store of all mundane siddhis in the 8 supramundane gunas. 18. He would project there in condensed manner what has been placed in the Buddha's enlightenment. He would draw forth the Dharma word marked with body, speech, and mind. 19. Then the glorious Vajradhara, the revealer of all the meaning of reality, expressed the sublime secret that issues from all the best praxis, or charya. 20. The wise man, provided with forms, sounds, and tastes, should contemplate for 6 months, and should also contemplate by offering the great offering to the secret reality. 21. The one desiring siddhis as fruit should perform by using excrement and urine as imaginary food. He would accomplish the supreme reality and immaculate mind of enlightenment. 22. He should imagine the great flesh as flesh for food. He would accomplish the mysterious body, speech, and mind that are in all siddhis. 23. He should eat as food the sublime flesh of elephant, horse, and dog, and not partake of other food. 24. The wise bodhisattva becomes dear to the Buddhas. Indeed, by this praxis one would quickly attain Buddhahood. 25. He would become in the world lord of the realm of desire, Kamadhatu, the doer of deeds of the rank, the radiant, powerful leader, his handsome features gratifying the sight. 26. He would ascend to the world on sight, without being exhorted. This is what, for all the Buddhas, is the secret, the supreme enlightenment. This secret mantra is the reality transcending the ordinary body, speech, and mind. Ended is Chapter 6, entitled Empowerment of Body, Speech, and Mind, in the Mahaguhya Tantra, Guhya Samaja, of the secret and the greater secret belonging to the body, speech, and mind of the Tathagatas. Chapter 12. Then the teacher Vajradhara, who has accomplished the supreme jnana, proclaimed the diamond of speech, which is the reality of the 3 diamond pledges. 1. One should imagine this dance, Nataka, among the natures pure by intrinsic nature, which are equal to the sky and have the intrinsic nature devoid of discursive thought. 2. One may accomplish the sum of all siddhis, both in a spot of great forest, and in a secluded mountain adorned with flowers and fruits. Mam. The contemplation of the Manju Vajra in the diamonds of one's own body, speech, and mind is comparable to the Manju Vajra which radiates in the body, speech, and mind of the three realms. 4. The pure self, adorned with all adornments, shines with a light of blazing diamond for a spread of 100 yojanas. 5. The gods Brahma, Rudra, and so on never see it. Thus the samadhi called causing the disappearance of the highest samaya of the Manju Vajra. 6. Having caused what proceeds from the triple hook, i.e. the three lights, by means of the 5 samayas of excrement, i.e. sense object, and urine, sense organ, which arise from the inseparable triple Vajra, i.e. the mind, he should contemplate it as cast into his mouth, the clear light. He should contemplate it as cast into his mouth, the clear light. 7. He should contemplate therein the Chitta as inseparable from all the Buddhas. It would have from that moment a light like that of the Manju Vajra. 8 and 9. Having contemplated by way of one's own mantra, Om, and having imagined the wheel with the light of a firebrand as the abode of all the Buddhas, one would be like a Buddha. As many as be the atoms of the 36 Sumerus corresponding to that wheel, they are all like Vajradhara. Thus the samadhi called pledge of the wheel. 10 and 11. Having contemplated by way of one's own mantra, Hum, and having contemplated the Maha Vajra in the middle of the mandala as the abode of all the Vajras, one would be equal to the Chitta Vajra. As many as be the atoms of the 36 Sumerus, that many will be the ladies, Yoshi, who are its abode of merits, Guna. Having made the obeisance of Rudra, he would be the Mahavajra of the three realms. Thus the samadhi called diamond equality. 12 and 13. Having contemplated by way of one's own mantra, the great 8-petaled lotus, one would be the store of all dharmas equal to Vajradharma. As many as be the atoms of the 36 Sumerus, the pure self causes them to take shape in the supreme mandala of Buddha offerings. Thus the samadhi called lotus equality. 14 through 17. He stays serving the triple eon pledge of the 5 knowledge bearers. He meditatively worships the 3 secrets of all the Buddhas of the 10 directions. He should contemplate his own mantra, Ha, as the sword with a light equal to the 5 rays. Holding it in his hand, wide-eyed, he would be a Vidyadhara of the triple Vajra. Worshipping with the great mystic powers of the 3 realms. Having bowed to Brahma, Indra, and the Daityas, he, the solitary hero in the Chiliocosm, would be the highest Guhyadhara. What one wishes with his mind of the Vajrins of body, speech, and mind, it confers such a siddhi created from the Chitta Vajra. Thus the samadhi called best of all swords. 18 and 19. Having meditated on the pellet of Om, the size of a pea kernel, one should contemplate in its center the image of one's deity, imagining it in the mouth, the Brahmarandra. Immediately he would have the same light as the Bodhisattva, the same light as the Jambu River, appearing like the risen sun. 20 through 21. Having meditated on the pellet of awe, the size of a pea kernel, one should contemplate in its center the image of one's deity, imagining it in the mouth. Immediately he would have the same light as the revelation knowledge, the same light as the Jambu River, appearing like the risen sun. 22 and 23. Having meditated on the pellet of hum, the size of a pea kernel, one should contemplate in its center the image of one's deity, imagining it in the mouth. Immediately he would have the same light as the diamond body, the same light as the Jambu River, appearing like the risen sun. 24 and 25. One should contemplate Vairochana, stationed in the center of a clear sky. Having imagined a wheel in his hand, one would be a chakra vidyadhara. Having imagined the great wheel family as the best praxis of Buddha body, one would enact with the knowledge diamond the best evocation or sadhana of knowledge. 26 and 27. One should contemplate a knowledge akshobhaya, stationed in the center of a diamond in the sky. Having imagined a thunderbolt in his hand, one would be a Vajra Vidyadhara. Having imagined the great diamond family as the best praxis of diamond body, one would enact with the knowledge diamond the best evocation of diamond. 28 and 29. One should contemplate a Ratna Vajra stationed in the center of a jewel in the sky expanse. Having imagined a Ratna in his hand, one would be a Ratna Vidyadhara. Having imagined the great jewel family as the best praxis of jewel body, one would enact with the knowledge diamond the best evocation of jewel. 30 and 31. One should contemplate an Amitabha stationed in the center of the Dharma in the sky. Having imagined a lotus in his hand, one would be a Padma Vidyadhara. Having imagined the great lotus family as the best praxis of Dharmakaya, one would enact with the knowledge diamond the best evocation of lotus. 32 and 33. One should contemplate an Amoga Gra stationed in the center of the Samaya in the sky. Having imagined a sword in his hand, one would be a Khadga Vidyadhara. Having imagined the great Samaya family as the best praxis of Kaya Samaya, one would enact with the knowledge diamond the best evocation of Samaya. 34. The trident of Mahabala, the knowledge hook of Takiraja, and the other symbols of the Kroda Rajas, to be evoked by diversification of the Vajra, are evoked with meditation on that Akshobhaya, by means of the evocations of body, speech, and mind. Thus spoke the Lord, who is the Vajra of Siddhi revelation, belonging to the great pledge, Mahasamaya, the diamond vehicle. 35. As a special or distinguished case, the performer should continually evoke the diamond attraction of 4 lineages of goddess at a crossroads, a solitary tree, an ekalinga, or in a calm place. Having contemplated the incantation person of triple yoga, born from the 3 syllables Om, Ah, and Hum, as the Vajran of triple yoga, having the stack of 3 sattvas, the hook for the ordinary body, speech, and mind on the part of the Buddhas, the jewel-like persons, who have jnana buddhis, i.e. seek the non-dual knowledge, and having attracted with the Vajra arisen from the symbols or goddesses of the 10 directions, the supreme Buddha attraction that abides in the best windy mandala, he would partake of that. Thus, the attraction by the diamond of symbols in the sky, Kadatu Samaya, the goddesses. 38. Having meditated on Vairochana, the great wheel, with the hook store of Buddhas, he should engage in the supreme attraction of the pledges, Samaya, the goddesses, by means of the thunderbolt, Vajra, lotus, Padma, and so on. Thus the attraction of the Samaya, the Yakshinis, etc., of the three realms, below the earth, upon the earth, and above the earth. 39. He should contemplate a Buddha image endowed with the best of all aspects, and he should contemplate in its hand the hook, and so on. The differentiation of the hook of body, speech, and mind. Indeed, with this yoga, he would be a performer of the rites of the place, the rank of Vajrasattva. 40. He should contemplate the diamond of body, one's own transfigured body, as endowed with the best of all aspects. Having meditated with the practice or recitation of mantras of diamond tongue, he would be equal to the Vajra, i.e. Amitabha. When he offers the offering, i.e. one's own body, which is the best offering of the pledge of the three secrets, he would be consummated. 41. This is the quintessence, the sum of secrets of all the Buddhas. Thus spoke the Lord, the great secret pledge. 42. He should perfect the supreme triple Vajra by the best pledge of great flesh, the human corpse. He would become the Vidyadhara Lord by the best pledge of excrement and urine. 43 and 44. He would obtain the 5 supernormal powers by the pledge flesh of elephant. He would become the master of disappearance by the pledge flesh of horse, the achiever of all siddhis by the pledge flesh of dog, the supreme attraction of Vajra by the best pledge of cow flesh. 45. When he is unable to obtain any such dead flesh, having meditated upon any one of them, he should mentally construct the flesh. By this diamond praxis he would have become empowered by all the Buddhas. 46 and 47. He should contemplate the Vajran of body, speech, and mind, the Samaya Sattva, endowed with the best of all aspects, then in its heart, on a moon disk, the Jnana pledge, the Jnana Sattva, and on the latter's crown, the holder of the best Vajra, the Samadhi Sattva. This gratification of all the Buddhas is the supreme method of pledge. Enacting it by the best pledge yields the finest creation of every siddhi. Thus the Samadhi called partaking of all the Vajras of Samaya and Jnana. 48 and 49. Having meditated on the Vajran, i.e. Akshobhya, of hum, when there is the best pledged diamond of the tongue, and having enjoyed the praxis of the 5 ambrosias, one may obtain the triple Vajra. This same pledge of Ah for Amitabha and Om for Vairochana is the supreme diamond method. Indeed, by this praxis one would become equal to Vajrasattva. Thus the Samadhi called ambrosia garland of Vajra Samaya. 50. When he has the superior siddhi whose symbol, Samaya, is the triple Vajra of body, speech, and mind, the 3 lights, he would become the Vajran, possessor of the Vajra, of 3 bodies, the Dharmakaya, Sambodhakaya, and Nirmanakaya. He would become the sea of wish-granting jewels belonging to all the Buddhas of the 10 directions. 51. The diamond soul shines on the worldly realm on all levels. When there is the superior siddhi of chakra samaya associated with Vairochana, it, the diamond soul, becomes equal to the body of a Buddha. 52. He would sport successful on all levels, numbering the Ganges sands. When there are all the superior samayas, dakinis and dakas, he would become the Vidyadhara Lord. 53. He shines alone in the chiliocosm during all disappearances of speech activity in bodily members. He steals the mystic powers from all the Buddhas, enjoys the daughters of the best gods, such as Indra, when he has the superior siddhi of all the samayas by reason of the potency of the Kaya Vajra, the Mahamudra. 54. He sees with the diamond eye, the pure, refined, divine eye, like a single mirobalan fruit in his hand, the Buddhas in the number of the Ganges sands, who are stationed in the triple Vajra abode. 55. He hears through the influence of supernormal faculty, as though all around gathered to his ear as many sounds as are revealed in fields numbering the Ganges sands. 56. He knows in the form of a drama the thought-announced character, the 160 prakritis of body, speech, and mind, of all the sentient beings in fields numbering the Ganges sands. 57. He remembers, as though of 3 days' duration, the incidents of former lives occurring as he dwelt in samsara, through eons numbering the Ganges sands. 58. He emanates through the Vajran of magical power, Riddhi, with bodies numbering the Ganges sands, and adorned with clouds of Buddhas, for eons numbering the Ganges sands. Thus spoke the Lord who has the supernormal faculty of Samaya, namely the diamond eye, the diamond hearing, the diamond consciousness, the diamond abode, and the diamond magical power. 59. When one has the success of goal, that is the Buddha's supernormal faculty, then he becomes equal to the Buddha's body. He, the diamond of body and speech, in mind, would roam the worldly realms on all levels, surrounded by retinues as numerous as the Ganges sands. 60 through 61a. There are 4 steps. 1. Occupation with the pledge of service. 2. Arising of near evocation. 3. Evocation goal and the symbol. And 4. Great evocation. Having understood them as a division of Vajra, then one should accomplish the rites. 61b, 62, and 63. 1. He should contemplate the samadhi praxis of service as the supreme revelation. 2. The deliberation on the basis of the Vajras when there is foremost success is the near evocation. 3. The contemplation of the lords of the mantras is said to be the exhortation when there is evocation. 4. At the time of great evocation, when he imagines the form of his own mantra Vajran as the Lord on the crown of his head, he is successful because of the Jnana Vajran. 64. One should create, everywhere and always, just with the knowledge nectar of service. For this brings to success the aim of mantra and of tattva of all mantras. 65. Success is always attained in spots of a great forest, places entirely clear of other persons, and abodes of mountain caves. Thus spoke the Lord with the diamond of Mahasadhana. 66. Thus the one of firm devotions, Vrata, should perform the service by means of 4 Vajras, the 4 in chapter 18 beginning with the revelation of voidness. Contemplating through equality of oneself with the 3 Vajra bodies of Vajradhara, he reaches success. 67. The wise man, having contemplated with the knowledge diamond of reciting Om, that is, by union with the 4 temporal junctures, the 4 goddesses, in 5 places, the distinguished kind of the 5 sense objects, engages in the vow, bliss. 68. The siddhi is easily attained when one relies on the Vajra Samaya, the clear light in sense objects, for 7 days, by one of superior organs, half a month medium organ, and a month or a half more inferior organ. 69. I have explained extensively by stressing the difference of days for accomplishing siddhi in the stage of generation. Now the siddhi that takes a half month, the Mahamudra, is stated by sources, the Tathagatas, of the high secret, the clear light. Herein is the domain of the Upasadhana vow. 70 through 71. May the glorious holder of Buddha body, contemplated as the inseparable triple Vajra, create for me today the place of blessing by way of the diamond holder of body, Vairochana. May the Buddhas of the 10 directions, contemplated as the inseparable 3 Vajras, create for me today the place of blessing characterized as body. Herein is the domain of the sadhana vow. 72 through 73. May the glorious speech path of true nature, contemplated as the inseparable triple Vajra, create for me today the place of blessing by way of the diamond holder of speech, Amitabha. May the Buddhas of the 10 directions, contemplated as the inseparable 3 Vajras, create for me today the place of blessing arising from the path of speech. Herein is the domain of the Mahasadhana vow. 74 and 75. May the glorious holder of Chittavajra, contemplated as the inseparable triple Vajra, create for me today the place of blessing by way of the diamond holder of mind, Akshobhya. May the Buddhas of the 10 directions, contemplated as the inseparable 3 Vajras, create for me today the place of blessing arising from mind. 76. There is no doubt that if there is a Buddha, Yogin of Vairochana, a Vajra Dharma, or Yogin of Amitabha, or a Vajra Sattva, Yogin of Akshobhya, then if the deluded self, Mohatman, would go beyond, it would become rent asunder. Ended is chapter 12, entitled Instruction on the Best Evocation of the Pledge, in the Mahagoya Tantra Goya Samaja, of the secret and the greater secret belonging to the body, speech, and mind of all the Tathagatas. 3. Edited Pratipadyotana commentary on chapter 12, 60 through 64 in English translation. This portion of Chandrakirti's commentary, is devoted to defining the 4 steps of sadhana, constituting the stage of generation, and then to explain in detail the 6 members of yoga, Sadanga Yoga, constituting the stage of completion. The part of the commentary on the 6 members of yoga is almost the same as is found in a work attributed to Nagarjuna, the Sadanga Yoga Nama, PTT, Volume 85. Therefore, this comment by Chandrakirti may well have been a traditional commentary on the 6 members. At the end of the work ascribed to Nagarjuna, meaning of course the tantric author, there is presented the lineage of the Siddhanga Yoga of the Goya Samaja. Buddha Vajradhara, Arya Nagarjuna, Nagabodhi, Chandrakirti, Arya Deva, Sakya Rakshita, Ratnamitra, Dharmabhadra, Gunamati, Manjushri Jnana, Amoga Shri, Viramati, Vijayakirti, Varaprajna Dharmabhadra, Shri Bhadra, Dharmapala, Shakyadvaja, Vagishvarakirti, Ratnakirti, Mahastavara, Shri Vanaratna, those are the chief ones. Also the Sri Vanaratna to the Tibetan Gnam Gon Rinpoche. The chief one is Dharma Buddhi. However, the Karmanta Vibhaga cited within the comment is by Kluhi Blow, or Nagabuddhi, who might be the same person as the Nagabodhi in the above lineage list. Here I omit the verse numbers assigned in Bhagchi's edition to the block of verses which Chandrakirti cites from the Goya Samaja, chapter 18. Chandrakirti does not include the verse line, Bhagchi 18, 144a. Goya Tantreshu, Sarveshu, Vivida, Parikirtita, and the verse grouping thereafter diverges from the edited Sanskrit text. Otherwise, Chandrakirti's citation of the verses agrees for the most part with the edited text. But his line, Goya Trayam Vitarkas Ka Vikaras Tat Prabodhata, appears to be an improvement over the line Goyam Tarkodayam Tarkam Vikaram Tat Prayogata, Bhagchi 18, 144b. Naropaz, Seko Desatika, page 30, when quoting the block of verses from chapter 18, gives the line Goya Triodayas Tarko Vikaras Tat Prayogata, which at least verifies the reading Goya Traya. The translation is somewhat expanded by extracts within parentheses of Machan Grail comments by Tsongkhapa, PTT, volume 158, pages 87.5 to 92.1. Here's the original, but here's the translation. The stage of generation. Now, Idanam, so as to clarify the 4 evocation members of the stage of generation, he says service and so on. Because one serves and envisages, it is service, seva, namely just toward reality, as the pledge, samaya. Pursuant to that, the undertaking in generation of the diamond, spot on earth, etc., generation of the palace from Brum up to the clear light of conviction, is the occupation with the pledge of service, seva samaya samyoga, the first member. Having in that way voidness as meditative object, the meditative object of sun and so on, is mere evocation, upasadana. Precisely the bringing to conclusion, the depositing in the body of mantras, om, etc., is the arising of near evocation, upasadana sambhava, the second member. Concerning the aim of the sadhana in the symbol, sadhanartham ka samayam, the aim of the sadhana means to solicit for establishing the evocation of one's own 3 doors as the Buddha's body, speech, and mind. Symbol, samaya, means to get together, i.e. the symbol of one's symbolic being, along with the samadhi sattva and the jnana sattva, to wit. Both the aim of the sadhana and the symbol are the 3rd member. The accomplishment of the great aim of others, accomplishment which is the best victorious mandala, and the best victorious rite belonging to the remaining conclusion, is the great evocation, maha sadhana. That is the 4th member. Having thus understood the four members as a division of Vajra, i.e. as a division of family, Kula, the five families, then, i.e. next one should accomplish the rites to be stated subsequently precisely as the first. The first member, starting with the lines Seva Samadhi, he expands upon the four members which were touched upon. The bodhicitta in the void as meditative object is service, seva. Precisely that concentrates, i.e. halts in the mind, hence samadhi. Praxis, or samyoga, means right application. That imaginative generation, by means of conviction, adimutti, from the diamond spot on earth, etc., up to the mandala circle, which is both the service samadhi and the praxis, is the seva samadhi samyoga. Having done that much, he should contemplate the supreme revelation, possessing the character of thusness, which has arisen from pondering the meaning of the mantra Om Sanyata, etc. The second number. Then, in the sequence of sun, moon, lotus, etc., one stacks successively higher, places the three syllables, a, e, ha, upon that, then consolidates all that and again imagines the moon disk, and upon that the three syllables, om, ah, and hum. Then, from the transformation of that, there arises the hand symbols of the six families. From the transformation of the hand symbols, there are completed the forms of Mahamudra of the six families. What accomplishes and completes nearby, that is said to be definition of near evocation, upasadana. The siddhi is the siddhi of Mahamudra, body from the five abhisambodhis. Its foremost is the initial ones, the mantras, Om, etc. When that is present, the near evocation is foremost. Having placed all the mantra syllables, there are the forms of the Mahamudra. Therein is the Vajra, to wit, the 32 deities from Vairochana down to Sumbharaja. Their bases, ayatana, are the skandhas of form, etc. The third member of those members, one becomes certain by the stage of the third series, the Ati Yoga, and accomplishes through pondering with thorough knowledge of cause, the placement of deities in the body, and fruit of contemplating after that placement, whereby, by inviting the deity host of the triple Vajra and drawing them in to oneself, one has pleased the deities for the sake of blessing one's own three doors. Thereby that is said to be the exhortation when there is evocation. That is related by way of synonym of evocation and exhortation. But why the exhortation? The two verses, numbers 70 and 71, beginning Buddha Kayadara. The contemplation of the lords of the mantras refers to the syllables Om, etc., i.e. when Vajradhara and Akshobhya are the mandala rulers, Hum, and the remaining four Samadhi Sattvas by Om, Sva, Ah, and Ha. The Samadhi Sattvas are the lords. The Jnana Sattvas belong to the lords of the mantras. The meditation on the various families according to their arising is the contemplation of the lords of the mantras. The fourth member, regarding the great evocation, Mahasadhana, what is pointed out as the great evocation belongs to the Jnana Vajrins at the time of generating it. The mantrins possessing the yoga of presiding deity, having aroused Samapati, preceded by instigation of the Vajra and Padma of their own family, are their own mantras, Vajra Durg, etc., 32 in number, i.e. the Vajrins arisen therefrom, i.e. as in a womb from the syllables Om, etc. To have imagined their totality as the form of Mahamudra of the victorious mandala is stated as having imagined the Lord on the crown of its head. That is, having imagined the Lord Mahavajradhara on the crown and twisted hair of the Mahamudra form of the 5 Tathagatas, and having imagined Vairochana on the other Buddhas on the remaining crowns of their family deities, Lokana, etc. One is successful, i.e. attains Siddhi, Yathar Rutam. The stage of completion. Having thus explained the delighting of Vajrasattva for the purpose of mundane siddhis by the stages of 4 yogas, but with no treatment of victory of the right which belongs to Mahasadhana, now, Idanim, he alludes to the completion of Mahavajradhara by the stages of 6 members in the Uttara Tantra, chapter 18, of the Dvaya Samaja. By the distinction of shared and superior, one posits 2 kinds of service, the shared one by the 4 Vajras, the superior one by the members 6 in number. Cf. chapter 12, 64. One should create everywhere and always just with the knowledge nectar of service, for this brings to success the aim of mantra and of tattva of all mantras. As to the words, one should create just with the knowledge nectar of service, and so on, one serves having been studying with the desire for liberation the highest siddhi, is the definition of service, seva, and why the desired liberation, the Yuganada body of deity completely pure of the 2 obscurations. That is to be created, i.e. completed, just with the knowledge nectar of service, i.e. just with the 6-membered yoga. Everywhere means in the nature of all. Always means those 6 at all times and in all good postures. The expression just, eva, is in the sense of restriction to the particular instance. For this, esohi refers to the knowledge nectar, i.e. the 6-membered yoga. Of all mantras means of all tathagatas. Mantras are sarpa, serpent, and so on. Diamond muttering of both Nayartha and Nitartha mantras. Reality, tattva, means the God reality of ultimate Yuganada. Their aim, artha, is the fruit, phala. By accomplishing that fruit by means of the 6 members, one accomplishes the reality aim for the mantra. 4 means wherefore in the sense of aim. For the reason the 6-membered yoga is that way, for that reason the service is to create just with that yoga. Those 6 members, pratyahara, etc., are set forth in the Uttara Tantra of the Dvaya Samaja. When one does the service with the 6-membered yoga, he wins the supreme success. In no other way does the supreme siddhi arise. Pratyahara, dhyana, pranayama, dharana, anusmriti, and samadhi are the 6 members. He expands upon those brief indications as follows, chapter 18, verses 141, in Bhagji's numbering. The dwelling upon interiorization of the 10 sense bases on all levels severally directed toward the taking of desires is called withdrawal, pratyahara. The 5 desires are in condensation through the application to the 5 Buddhas. Meditation, dhyana, is said to be imagination, and that meditation is 5-fold. Primary conception, vitarka, is the secret triad, from the enjoyment of which comes secondary conception, vikara. The vicinity of joy is the 3rd, and the sum of pleasure is the 4th. One's own consciousness, with removal of the upsurge of knowledge and knowables, is known as the 5th, with a peace composed of all Buddhas and abiding in all desires. drawing forth the breath made of 5 knowledges, and which is the self-existence of the 5 elements, one should imagine it in the form of a tiny ball on the tip of the lotus nose. The great jewel of 5 colors is said to be pranayama. Having meditated on one's own mantra in the heart, one should place the prana in its bindu form. When one's sense organ and the jewel have ceased to operate, one should retain. That is called retention or dharana. When consciousness goes toward the diamond of cessation, the apprehension of signs arises. Those signs have been explained by the diamond of enlightenment as 5-fold. The first has the aspect of a mirage, the second the aspect of smoke. The third has the aspect of fireflies, the fourth shines like a lamp, and the fifth is a steady light like a cloudless sky. One should radiate that firm thing by the Vajra path into the regions of the sky, contemplating which, by recollection, anusmriti, one should radiate those aspects. One should know about recollection, that there is the shining appearance, and that it, recollection, is engendered therein. Having drawn together by the equipoise of insight and means all states in condensation by the yoga of the small ball, one should contemplate the image in their middle. Instantly there is the consummation of knowledge called samadhi. Explaining in detail, he states the verse of the 10 and so on. Sense bases are the personal sense bases of I, etc., and the objects, forms, etc., of the sense bases. The interiorization, svavriti, is of those 10 sense bases, which are the sense objects and the senses grasping them, to wit. According to the engagement with the intrinsic feature of the individual apprehended object and apprehending organ, there is interiorization. The abiding in that is the dwelling upon interiorization. On all levels means according to the distinctions of inferior, middling, and best. For each sense object, that is, severally directed toward the taking of desires. Desires, according to the passage, they desire and are attached to, are form and so on, the 5 sense objects. Severally directed, i.e. again and again, toward that taking, i.e. apperception of those sense objects by the sense organs, their apperception is the taking. That is the detailed explanation of the initial member, which is the arcane body of purification afterwards obtained. With the aim of purifying the withdrawal, he states the second member with the verses the 5 and so on. The 5 desires are the sense bases of form, etc., i.e. the 5 sense objects. In condensation means by unification of the sense objects with the sense organs. The 5 Buddhas are the eye and other sense organs. The right conjunction of them to their respective Buddha, Akshabhaya, etc., is the conjunction through the application of the 5 Buddhas. As a result, from and so on are also those 5 Buddhas. In that fashion of conjunction, whatever is the imagination purified of ordinary appearance is the meditation. That becomes 5-fold by the division into primary conception and so forth. The verse, primary conception and so on, has the setting forth of its division. As to the verse, the secret triad and so on, the sense organ, sense object, and the knowledge based on the sense are the secret triad. The rough imagination that the 5 sense organs, the 5 knowledges based on the senses, and their sense objects, have the nature of the 5 Tathagatas is primary conception. The deliberating in detail just on that is secondary conception. In location, those two are also arcane body of purification afterwards obtained. When one is so deliberating with these two, what has the characteristic of contentment through facing the entrance into reality, is the vicinity called joy, priti. What has attained the pleasure possessing the characteristic of body cathartic and so on, the mind cathartic, through adherence to reality, that is the sum of pleasure, sukha samgraha. The one who has applied himself repeatedly so as to go to the pinnacle of excellence has the removal of upsurge of knowledge in knowables, where the upsurge of knowledge is the 6 evolvements as I and so on, of perception, vijnana, and where the upsurge in the knowables is in the 6, from form up to the dharmadhatu, which is the object of the 6th sense, and where its removal is called one's own consciousness, svachitta, as the voidness in consciousness of both apperceived and apperception, as the one-pointedness of mind with characteristic of complete knowledge, one's own consciousness of such fashion by reason of yoga is with a peace composed of all Buddhas. The peace is through pacifying the discursive thought of the apperceived and so on. It is engendered by successive dissolution of the 3 voids, as light only, and the ultimate that is one with universal void. The 4th void, the symbolic clear light. That is the 5-fold division of the 2nd member. Regarding the verse 5 and so on, the downward breath has the intrinsic nature of the 5 knowledges, beginning with mirror-like, and is the individualizing factor of earth and the other elements. Drawing it forth from the nostril of one's vajra, one should imagine it in the form of a tiny ball, i.e. in the form of the bodhicitta bindu, on the tip of the lotus nose of the sacral place. Precisely that is the breath proceeding upward with 5 colors, the nature of the 5 tathagatas, or tathagatas. Precisely that is the great jewel, the drop of light at the nose of the face, and which is recited. Prana is what invigorates. Ayama, or pranayama, yama is that by which it is spread far. Thus the explanation of pranayama to be known, because one should recite during day and night by way of the own nature of making that, pranayama, enter and so on. Having meditated on one's own mantra drop in the heart, i.e. at the nose of the lotus, 8-petaled on one's heart, one should place nyaset, the prana in its bindu form, the letter A or A, etc., deposited inviolable akyata. That is the 3rd member. Concerning the verse has ceased and so on, the sense bases are one's form, and so on, the 5 sense objects as well as the eye, and so on, the 5 sense organs. When the pairs of sense bases have ceased, i.e. are not in evidence, as in death's sequence, then when the jewel which is the basis of sense objects and sense organs, and the jewel of consciousness, the manot vijana, the manovijnana, the 6th sense, have ceased along with pranayama, i.e. have set astamgata, what one would retain, that is, retention. Why that? The true limit, the gnosis of clear light. The verse states, when consciousness goes toward the diamond of cessation, the apprehension of signs arises. The diamond of cessation is the clear light, prabhasvara. When consciousness has gone to it, it is born in it. The apprehension of signs, i.e. the manifestation of signs, arises, i.e. occurs as prior signs. Regarding the passage, the signs of the 5 realms have been explained by the diamond of enlightenment. The details are as follows. Through dissolution into water by earth in the performer's body, the aspect of a mirage manifests the first sign. Through the dissolution into fire on the part of water, the aspect of smoke, the second. Through the dissolution into wind of fire, the aspect of fireflies, the third. Through the going into the three lights on the part of the subtle element, i.e. wind, the self-existence of the set of lights like a lamp, the fourth. Through the sequential dissolution of the three Prakriti lights, there is only the clear light, a lasting light like a cloudless sky, the fifth. Those 5 signs bring consciousness to nirvana, as is said in the Karmanta Vibhaga. First, earth goes into water, water goes into fire, fire passes into wind, wind enters perception, vijnana. Perception accompanied by retention in turn enters the clear light. Then the verse, that firm thing, purified in the clear light, and so on, is as follows. By the Vajra path, expansion of buddhi to the whole sentient world, i.e. by entering the clear light preceded by the indispensable, non-evadable, alanganiva, 5 signs, one should radiate, i.e. pervade with the form of the Dharmakaya, in the regions of the sky, i.e. the worldly realms. That, explaining retention, is the 4th member. Contemplating, i.e. realizing in immediacy that oneself has in that way gone into the clear light by recollection, that previously one has reached the true limit by means of the aspects of mirage and so on, one should radiate, i.e. engender in a sequence, which is precisely by those aspects in reverse order. Immediately after that was told, one should know, i.e. it should be known about recollection, that there is the shining appearance, pratibhasa, which is right understanding, the gnosis of the clear light, and that therein is engendered the 5th member, recollection, not anywhere else. Having unified by the equipoise of insight and means, i.e. by the union of absolute and conventional truths, all states, bhava, whether stationary, the receptacle worlds, bhajanaloka, or moving, the sentient life, sattvaloka, in the form of a tiny ball in location, i.e. in the form of Mahamudra, the divine body, then one should contemplate, i.e. should know, the image of Mahavajradhara, with the nature of Yuganada, in the middle of that, the stationary and the moving. In this sequence instantly, i.e. in a moment, there is the consummation of knowledge, i.e. the consummation of the knowledge body, the Yuganada body, called samadhi, i.e. explained to be the 6th member. Besides, in the Sri Mayajala, he clearly states the varieties in the generation of deity. Yoga should be known as of 3 kinds, with blessing and with imagination on the stage of generation, and the yoga on the stage of completion, of the chitta image which is extolled by the perfected Buddhas. The ego is blessing only, is said to be the yoga with blessing, when there is the pure bodhicitta in the great source of mantra seeds, and in sequence the perfected image, imagined in the set of mudras, and when that image is imagined with the thought that is imagined, it is called the yoga with imagination. Endowed with the best of all aspects and having consolidated the deities, one should radiate them. Instantly there is the consummation of knowledge, called the completed yoga. Also in the Vairochana Abhisambodhi, he sets forth the Devata Yoga as of 2 kinds. O Master of the secret folk, there are 2 kinds of divine form, pure and impure. The pure kind is understood form, free from all signs. The impure kind has all signs, with color and shape forms. Now 2 purposes go with those 2 kinds of divine form. The kind with signs generates siddhi with signs. The kind without signs, the siddhi without signs. Besides, the holy jinas have maintained that when one is always stationed in the signless kind, he can also bring to success the siddhi with signs. Therefore, by all means, one should take recourse to the non-signed Samdhya Vasa. Chapter 14, Candlemas. Let us now continue the study of how the Church preserved the ancient symbolism. Excalibur became the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. And just as the Jews hang a lamp before the Torah, so the Christians hang one before the Word made flesh. Just as the Jews celebrated the re-entry of the Lord into his temple by lighting lamps, so the Christians chose the feast at which Christ was first brought into the temple in his mother's arms to celebrate Candlemas. It is called either the Feast of the Presentation of Christ or the Feast of the Purification of the Virgin. The date originally appointed was February 14th, and was deliberately chosen in order to persuade the Romans to attend a Christian festival, and to ignore the pagan rites of the Lupercalia, which took place on the same day. A great candle known as the Candela Rotunda is specially consecrated and then lighted, while the cantor begins the antiphon, Venit lumen tuum. Small candles are then distributed to the congregation, who ignite them from the king candle. There was an old custom of preserving a brand from Candlemas, with which to light the Yule log when Christmas time came. I do not pretend to understand the significance of this custom, but the habit of laying up a brand seems to take us back to the story of Meleager. The Church was unable to prohibit such pagan customs entirely, and, provided they did not include idolatry or witchcraft, she no doubt allowed her children some of their more innocent fun. The old custom is thus described in song. Kindle the Christmas brand, and then, till sunset, let it burn, which quenched, then lay it up again, till Christmas next return. Part must be kept wherewith to tend the Christmas log next year, and where 'tis safely kept the fiend can do no mischief there. See Hastings' Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics under Candlemas. Nevertheless, while the Church countenanced the use of fire under her direct surveillance, she resolutely set herself against any fire festivals outside her guardianship. At the Council of Arles in AD 452, torchlight processions, other than those organized by the Church, were declared to constitute sacrilege. See Druidism by Dudley Wright. There was too great a risk that weak-minded converts might revert to the practices of Wookey Hole. Nor was the Grail always received into the Church with the same kindly condescension which St. Joseph and St. Patrick seem to have shown. In the story of St. Nicholas, it appears that the saint would have no truck with the talisman. Some pilgrims, while sailing in their ship to visit him, met with a woman who gave them a vessel containing an ointment. She requested that it be given into the safe keeping of the Church. The saint, however, told the pilgrims to cast it into the sea, as the woman was an evil spirit, and the vessel contained a fireball, which would have destroyed the Church. It is possible that our dear Santa Claus was not so much averse to the symbolism as genuinely afraid that a large glass sphere or crystal might cause a conflagration in the thatched building of that date. The tale is recorded on the carving of the font of the Church of St. Nicholas at Brighton. See Plate 7, where the fireball is prominently portrayed. Saint Columba was evidently much relieved when the glass cup of the arch-druid of the Picts was broken, but this is understandable since Broichan had set himself to defeat Christianity. We cannot be certain that the cup was a Grail, but it seems very likely. Broichan, chief hierarch of the Pictish king Brood, would not agree to liberate a certain Christian slave, a female. Saint Columba and some of his attendant monks made a special pilgrimage from Iona to offer ransom for the woman, but Broichan was obdurate. Columba returned as far as the shores of the Ness, and there fell into a visionary trance. His monks heard him declare, "Broichan is chastised grievously at this moment, for an angel being sent from heaven and striking him severely, hath broken into many pieces the glass cup in his hand from which he was drinking, and hath left him gasping deeply for breath, and half dead." From that moment the powerful chief of the Druids was unable to prevail against the saint. Columba straightway returned to King Brood and obtained the liberation of the slave, and Broichan died shortly afterwards. See Adamnan's Life of Columba, Book 2, Chapter 34. Now it does not seem probable that even a bad wound on the hand could entirely explain the sudden fall from power of a great hierarch. But if Broichan was officiating at the Beltane feast and broke his Grail, then his inability to light the sacred flame or imbibe the effulgence of the sun god, coupled with the nasty cut from the glass, might well have resulted in his downfall. Furthermore, at that date and since the departure of the Romans, the knowledge of glass-making seems to have declined in this island. For Bede records the first introduction of glass windows in AD 676, and says that glaziers had to be brought from Gaul. See Liturgy and Ritual of the Celtic Church by Warren, page 90. Broichan may therefore have been left without any medium through which to bring down fire from heaven. One would dearly like to know what were the prayers and ceremonial for the consecration and coronation of kings contained in the book known as the Book of Glass, or perhaps of the Glass, Vitrium Ordinationis Regum Librum, said to have been owned by Columba in Adamnan's Life of Columba, Book 3, Chapter 6. It was presented to him by an angel, but whether one is meant to understand by this that it was an inspired work or a volume which existed only in vision is not certain. I incline to the former view and believe that it was not merely a volume whose clasps were set with crystal, as has been suggested, but was rather a Christian exposition of the mysteries. If so, it may have been the very book which the living monk in AD 717 in White Britain, i.e. Alban, the old name for Scotland, is said by de Boron to have received from celestial powers which he lost, in which he afterwards recovered from Walescog. The Church had much to contend with in the way of ignorance. A letter from Pope Gregory to St. Augustine in Britain, dated 12th July 594, bids him not to expect too much from the heathen Saxons. He advises him not to destroy pagan temples, but rather to replace the idols with the relics of saints, to sprinkle the old precincts with holy water, and rededicate them, because people come more readily to the places where they have been accustomed to pray. At festivals the people shall be allowed to build their booths of green leaves and to slay their bulls, but not as a sacrifice to idols. It shall be a banquet in honor of God. For it is impossible, says the Pope, to stamp out all at once every error from a crude mind. If the Church is open to criticism for allowing such a plethora of apocryphal saints to enter the calendar, and for having countenanced the worship of relics, it could be very well argued in her defense, what else could she have done? A handful of Christian men had set themselves the task of bringing the God of Moses and the gospel of the Messiah, not merely to the few initiates of certain mystery cults, but to the great mass of Europe's common folk, steeped in idolatry and superstition. Could they have achieved their purpose without a certain amount of compromise? Of two evils, is it not better for a humble peasant to address himself to the beautiful Saint Catherine than to the loathly damsel of Wookiee? Thus, Saint Michael, holding the balance of Osiris and spearing the dragon, took the place of Ra, the sun god. In the Archangel's church replaced Caerwydrin on the Tor of Glastonbury. The white stag, the divine youth, was gradually metamorphosed into Christ himself. The account of this transformation in Grail legend is echoed in the stories of no less than 3 saints. Saint Eustace, a Roman soldier of Trajan's time, Saint Hubert, a nobleman of Aquitaine in the 8th century, and Saint Giles, an Athenian living as a hermit on the Rhone in the 6th century. And here there's a figure 14th century watermark of the white stag from Harold Bailey's A New Light on the Renaissance. And there's a lot of little figures from that book in this book. And his book, The Language of Symbolism, I believe, is also really important. The 2 former went hunting the white stag, but did not slay the wonderful beast. For at the last moment a vision was vouchsafed them, wherein a radiant crucifix appeared between the stag's antlers. It's like the Jägermeister symbol comes to mind. Saint Giles defended the white hind which Wamba, king of the Goths, was hunting, and gave it sanctuary. An illustration of an old watermark, figure 14, records how the heretical papermakers were aware of this transformation. In the great majority of cases, men will turn readily towards the light, when once the lamp is offered to them. But there do, alas, exist those whose lives are a first-hand witness to the existence of an evil principle, Satan, and that they find their pleasure only in perversion. Their greatest moment of joy is to extinguish the lamp rather than to light it. Their only bodily fulfillment, to abuse nature. Their only triumph, to tread what is holy into the mire. While men had no choice but to remain in ignorance of the true God, there was nothing essentially perverted in the ritual of Hades, however wrong it may have been. But once the new revelation had been given, then only those who had purposely devoted themselves to evil could indulge in such practices. This desire to pervert the truth and extinguish the lamp, which took the form of witchcraft, black masses, and the like, presented the Church with a terrible enemy. That such an evil influence was at one time centered in Wookiee Hole is, I think, almost certain. For local legend has it that a young clerk from Glastonbury Abbey went there with bell, book, and candle to exorcise the evil. There he found a witch, and on his sprinkling her with holy water, she was turned into stone, the black stalagmite. The legend is recorded in Harrington's poem of 1748, and is given in full in Mr. Balch's book on Wookiee. I mention this legend because there is a faint possibility that this nameless Christian hero, who dared to go alone into Wookiee Hole, and whose story is plainly bound up with that of Percival in the Chapel Perilous, may be the very man responsible for making the Grail legend known in medieval Europe. It is a very strange fact that within a period of roughly 50 years, AD 1180 to 1230, so many poets suddenly began to write upon this subject. Chrétien de Troyes the first claimed that he had drawn the tale from a book given to him by the Count of Flanders. Now, the one great historical tie between Glastonbury and Flanders is to be found in the life of Saint Dunstan, and since this saint's history has many curious links with Grail legend, it will be worthwhile to study it. His mother's name was Ciandrad or Kinadritha, a name curiously like that of Kundry, which the German poet Wolfram chose for the earth goddess, the goddess who could become in turn the loathly damsel or the pure maiden. Dunstan's father was a nobleman at the court of King Athelstan. The boy, being a younger son without expectations of property, was sent to the famous school of Glastonbury kept by the Irish monks at the chapel of Beckery, a mile or two from the abbey. As the reader will presently learn some very interesting facts connected with this chapel, it will be convenient to say here that it was dedicated to Saint Mary Magdalene, and that in it were preserved the embroidery tools of Saint Bridget, hence the attendance of Irish monks, and it was probably originally a shrine of the Celtic goddess Bridget. Dunstan became a clerk in minor orders. His duties would therefore have included a knowledge of exorcism. Then his uncle was raised to the primacy at Canterbury, and the archbishop introduced the youth to court. Dunstan had already shown himself to be of outstanding intelligence, a great musician and a student of metallurgy. It was probably his last interest in a science which was always suspect that brought him into disgrace. But he may also have acquired a dangerous knowledge of whatever cult was being practiced in secret in the vicinity of Wookiee. Whatever the reason, he was accused of black magic, and had to fly for his life from the court at Kingston to Winchester, where another of his uncles held the episcopate and gave him shelter. He was then persuaded to become a monk, and for many years he lived a life of great austerity at Glastonbury. Athelstan's successor raised him to the abbacy, but before Dunstan followed in the footsteps of his uncle and attained the primacy, he was once again forced to flee for his life. This time the reason was political entanglements. Thus the abbot of Glastonbury took refuge at the court of Count Arnulf of Flanders, where for 2 years he lived quietly. He would no doubt have occupied himself as a scribe, and very probably presented some of his works to his patron. One can see, therefore, how the Flemish royal family might have acquired a book about the Grail. After 2 years, Dunstan was recalled, became Archbishop of Canterbury, and was the virtual ruler of England from 959 until his death in AD 988. So great was his interest in metallurgy that he was credited after his death with having written a tract on the Philosopher's Stone. And we have seen that this mythical talisman was in fact a memory of the Grail, which could turn all things into golden fire. One cannot help wondering whether it was not Dunstan himself who taught the monks to use the symbolism, which they employed in writing his biography, completed only 20 years after his death. For they use this symbolism in the account of Dunstan's birth at Candlemas, as will be seen in the following translation from the Latin. Quote, "While the Holy Child was yet in his mother's womb, the day of the purification of the Holy and Perpetual Virgin Mary dawned. And when the folk of the neighborhood were flocking from every side to the church of Glaston, dedicated to the same Virgin, to perform the duty of their devotion on that solemn occasion to Christ, the King of Kings, it happened that Hurston, the father of the child, came with his wife, Kinadritha, and with lighted candles took part in the sacred solemnities of the Mass. And now the priest had finished the greater part of the day's service, and the recitation had now begun of how his parents brought the child Jesus to the temple, when suddenly the majesty of the Lord appeared in the church, extinguished the candles of all, and shrouded the whole house in darkness and gloom. Then an icy fear ran through the limbs of all. Their hair stood erect, their knees knocked together. Thus they stood transfixed, showing their bewilderment by gazing at one another. But in order that it might be clear to all what was intended by the majesty that appeared, forthwith a light sent from heaven shone forth into the church, and kindled the taper which the pregnant woman held in her hand. If the people marveled before at the taking away of the light, now they were held by greater wonder and exultation alike, for they exulted that they had seen the grace of God there present, and marveled that this had come to them through a woman. So to this candle all came, and from this candle light was given to all. Another biography of a slightly later date describes the phenomenon thus, quote, "But while they stood in amazement and knew not what to think, their gaze was drawn upwards, and they saw a flame of fire gliding down from heaven, and perceived the candle which Dunstan's mother was holding, kindled from the flame." On one occasion, Dunstan had declared to his monks that in his dreams and visions his mother, Ciandrad, represented Holy Church. It is plain that the old scribes are using his mother as a symbol of the Church, which acts like a Grail and gives second birth to a saint. The story is extraordinarily like that of Percival's experience in the Chapel Perilous, when he sees that God has relit the candle which the Black Hand had quenched. For all the above references to Dunstan, see Memorials of St. Dunstan by Bishop Stubbs. Another strange link between Dunstan and Grail legend is shown in the Concordia, the great work wherein the monks noted all the reforms and institutions ordered by the Archbishop. Although we have no proof that a crystal grail was ever used by the Church for lighting a fire, we have definite evidence that, like the Jews, the Christians required pure fire from the altar, and it was, and in the Roman Rite still is, kindled with iron and flint. The rite is described in Dunstan's Concordia. On Maundy Thursday after Nones, a procession went down to the church door, bearing with it a staff, hostum, which ended in the top in the shape of a serpent. There, fire, struck from a flint, was first hallowed, and then used for lighting a candle which came out of the serpent's mouth. From this all other candles were lighted. See Concordia Regularis, S. Dunstani, on page 87, of Raineri, Apostolatus Benedictinorum in Anglia. If we compare this with Mallory's account of how after Matins in the first Mass was done, there was seen in the churchyard a stone, of how Arthur pulled Excalibur lightly and fiercely from the stone, and of how then he took the sword between both his hands and offered it up to the altar where the Archbishop was, we shall be delighted to find that the sword of Faerie was never lost for long in the mere, but still twinkles in our churches. It is interesting to note that Arthur, ostensibly because the barons would not willingly accept him as king, had to re-perform the feat of drawing Excalibur from the stone at succeeding feasts of the church, namely All Saints, the Druid Samhain, when all fires were extinguished until the king had relit his brand, Candlemas, Easter, when the paschal candle is lit, and Whitsun, the commemoration of the descent of the fire of the Holy Ghost. That Excalibur was identical with the Grail sword is shown yet again in the description of it to be found in the Welsh Mabinogion. Mabinogion, The Dream of Rhonabwy, by Lady Charlotte Guest, Volume 2, page 405. Thereupon they heard a call for Cadwair Earl of Cornwall, and behold, he arose with the sword of Arthur in his hand. And the similitude of two serpents was upon the sword in gold. And when the sword was drawn from its scabbard, it seemed as if two flames of fire burst from the jaws of the serpents. And then so wonderful was the sword that it was hard for anyone to look upon it. One reason why flint was preferred to a grail may perhaps be found in the alteration of the British climate. Once cranes nested here and vines were tended in the south of England. The climate has certainly become colder, and in our day it would not always be easy to light a fire from the sun's meager rays. This, I think, is referred to in the Thornton MS, when Parzival attempts to burn the armor from off the Red Knight. Quote, "He said, my motor bade me, when my dart-soled broken be, out of the iron bren the tree. Now es me fired Ned. Now he getteth him flint, he fire Irene he hent, and then withouten any stint, he kindled a gleed, a great fire made from than, the Red Knight into bren." Need fire was a term used for flame produced by friction or percussion. The broken dart is a reference to the lack of sunlight. Apollo's dart is broken. And the fantastic idea of trying to acquire armor by burning the previous possessor out of it is due to a late misunderstanding of how the red genius of fire issues from the iron pyrite. According to legend, David also had fantastic difficulties in stripping the armor from Goliath. See Legends of the Jews by Louis Ginsberg, Volume 4, page 88. To return for a moment to the rite described in the Concordia, it is of interest to note that the retention of the old symbolism of fire issuing from the serpent. Here it is the prototype of all dragons who breathe fire, but originally the fire issued through the crystal lens despite the opposition or embrace of the serpent, and therefore the power of the serpent was overcome by fire. One is forced to ask whether, when the Lord said unto Moses, "Make thee a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole," Numbers 21:8, the Hebrews were not performing exactly the same rite as the Saxons. The point is of vital importance, for our Lord said, "As Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up," in John 3:14. It has always been supposed that Christ was referring to the erection of his cross, but in fact he goes on to speak of light. "And I, if I be lifted up from the earth, will draw all men unto me. While ye have light, believe in the light." John 12:32. It is difficult not to conclude that our Lord was really referring to himself as the light of the world. The torch which should be a light to lighten the Gentiles in the glory of thy people Israel. If Dunstan was responsible for writing the little book which was later found in the possession of a Count of Flanders, how was it that Dunstan, or for that matter any other man of his time, had preserved a knowledge of the Grail? The answer is that the crystal was kept at Glastonbury, and I think that some of the monks must have understood its history. It is fully time that I redeemed my promise to show that the talisman was treasured in the abbey until the days of the Reformation. If Bran the Blessed gave his crystal to Saint Joseph of Arimathea, it must have fallen once again into the hands of the pagans during the dark period between the death of the last of Saint Joseph's missionaries and the firm establishment of the Celtic Church in the 4th and 5th centuries. Furthermore, we cannot speak of the Grail, for there must have been several such talismans at one time in Britain, since every large tribe would probably have possessed one. In Edinburgh, the legend is still preserved that the Holy Grail is hidden in a cave at the foot of Arthur's seat, and little boys go up on the hill on May morning to look for the silver tassie. At best, therefore, one can only say that a particular Grail was connected with the West Country, and we come now to a very beautiful account in both legend and history of how Arthur gave both it and himself to the Church. There is little doubt but that Arthur was a real man, although his fame won for him the characteristics of a solar hero. One should never be deceived into thinking that a solar hero did not exist just because his identification with the sun god is so evident. For this very identification of king and god was the basis of the old religion. The Irish High King at Tara, when making state visits round his realm, might only travel in a sunwise direction, and it was taboo for the sun's rays to find the king in bed. Solar father and supposed son must rise and set together. In the same way, Arthur may have been forced to accept the wishes of his people in such matters, although he may not have shared their superstitions. For Arthur was probably of Roman blood. Bede refers to him not as a king, but as the Dux Bellorum of York. He was perhaps the last Roman to hold a nominal appointment from the Eastern Emperor, and it is more likely that he was in command of the remnants of the Roman field army than that he himself was an anointed king. He probably brought this army to the help of the various petty kings, which explains why his battlegrounds range from Bath to Loch Lomond. The regular legions had been withdrawn, and the brilliant young soldier gathered the Roman Britons round him. He realized that the only way to defend the coasts from the Saxon pirates was with light mobile cavalry, for the Saxons arrived horseless from their ships, and the legend of King Arthur's knights is therefore almost certainly true, and describes the heavily armored Roman equites of the period. The Orphic had given place to the Mithraic religion, and the cult of Mithras was the great rival of Christianity in the 3rd century. Indeed, it threatened at one time to overcome the Church. As with everything else, Mithraism probably survived in this island longer than on the continent, and may very well have had its renaissance after the withdrawal of the influence of Christian Rome in the early 5th century. As the chapel from which Arthur took the Grail sounds curiously like a Mithraeum, we had better pause for a brief moment to study the religion of Mithras. The Iranian demigod was born as a fully grown youth from a rock, situated beneath a sacred fig tree. He rose out of the rock, carrying a torch in one hand and a knife in the other. With the knife he cut the fruit of the tree, ate it, and then clothed himself with the leaves. He was allied by a supernatural effluvium to the invincible sun, who bade him slay a certain magic bull. Mithras did so, and from the flesh and bones of the bull sprang the seed of all creation. So far it is the same old story of Adam stealing fire, of the institution of human sacrifice, the bull is probably a late substitution for the divine youth, in the fertilizing of the fields with the remains of the sacrifice, as in the case of Osiris. Mithras then held a farewell banquet with his chosen devotees, and thereafter ascended into heaven to be reunited with the invincible sun. It will be understood why the early fathers thought that the devil had invented the cult for the special purpose of caricaturing the Last Supper and Ascension of our Lord. There were 7 degrees of initiation into the mysteries of Mithras, of which the degrees known as the Raven and the Lion were the oldest, the others having been added later to achieve the magic number of 7. Before the altar of a Mithraeum lay always an open tomb, wherein the neophyte was buried, to simulate the death of sinful nature and rebirth as an Illuminatus. Before the altar of a Mithraeum lay always an open tomb, wherein the neophyte was buried to simulate the death of a sinful nature and rebirth as an Illuminatus. At some time during the rites he had his eyes bandaged. The entry to the Mithraeum, which was generally below ground level so as to resemble the cave in which Mithras had slain the bull, was always guarded by 2 images of youthful figures, one with an uplifted and the other with an inverted torch. They were known as Kauti and Kautopati, and represented the seemingly eternal battle between light and darkness, life and death. And so-called perpetual fire was tended on the sacred hearth, and fire and water played a part in the ritual, being represented symbolically on the sculptures by a lion and a cup respectively. Arthur's earthly honor could only be saved, prophesied his wise men, by the lion in the water, the physician without medicine, by the advice of the flower. The medieval poets were obviously puzzled how to interpret this ancient saying, but an example of their instinct for the essential truth is the explanation put into the mouth of a holy man. The lion, he says, is God the Son, and the water is the world. The physician without medicine is God the Father, and the flower is the Virgin. According to my interpretation, the incarnate flame, the lion, is born of matter capable of all genesis, water, Isis, by the will of God, light, in the cooperation of the Rosa Mundi, Rose. See Vulgate Lancelot, edition Oscar Sommer, Volume 3, page 200. A figure of Mithras slaying the bull was generally portrayed above the altar in the prescribed costume, a red cloak and a crown of sun rays, with an inscription to say that the demigod should be revealed crowned with fire. See Mysteries of Mithra by Franz Cumont. Such a chapel has lately been discovered in the vicinity of the Roman wall, and from the following story, which is to be found in the Prose Perceval and in the Y. St. Grail, it seems likely that a similar one existed at Beckery near Glaston. Arthur's squire goes to a chapel where the body of a dead knight lies before the altar. The Blessed Virgin and Satan are each struggling for the possession of the knight's soul. The squire is tempted to steal the candlestick which lights the bier, but his sin is discovered, and a half-mythical, half-celestial power avenges the theft, and pierces the thigh of the squire. The wound is mortal, and the youth returns to Arthur only to die, but still grasping the candlestick. The candlestick is then presented to St. Paul's Church in London. This is an error on the part of the scribe, who is confusing the ancient temple of Lud on Ludgate Hill with the center of Lud's worship on the Tor of Glastonbury.
At the end of this first episode of the adventure, it is to be noted that just as the Nemean priesthood could only be held by a runaway slave, and just as Beowulf's dragon was awoken by a serf stealing a golden cup, so the adventure of Arthur begins with the misdeeds of his varlet. Arthur then sets out for this chapel to ascertain what mystery is contained therein. Here the reader must understand that the king's experiences are cloaked in Christian language, which is a late addition. Arthur finds within the chapel a hermit, and this old man begins to say Mass. The king then sees a beautiful lady called the Blessed Virgin, but who is in reality the virgin vessel, the Grail. She hands to the hermit her child, who is miraculously transformed into the sacraments, and then restored whole to his mother's arms, although the hermit has received the bread and wine into himself. All this is Christian interpolation. But during Mass, Arthur witnesses the old mystery. He looked towards a glass window that was opposite to the altar, and there he saw a flame coming through the window 100 times brighter than the sun, when its heat is greatest, descending on the altar. And when Mass was finished, la flambe qui descendu estoi parmi la verrière s'en alla. All this, of course, is only legend, but we now come to an historical account of the same adventure. A certain monk known as John of Glastonbury, who lived in the last half of the 14th century, wrote the history of his own abbey. His account of Arthur's experience tallies with that of the authors of Y St. Grail, and the prose Percival, except for some additions. The king, while staying at a nunnery in Avalon, is in 3 successive dreams commanded to go to the chapel of St. Mary Magdalene at Beckery. After the death of the squire, Arthur rides alone to Beckery, but he is fearful of entering the place, for the door is guarded by 2 hands which hold fiery swords. This sounds like Kati and Katapati. Arthur falls to his knees in prayer, and the swords are then withdrawn, and he enters and hears Mass. It should be remembered that the rites of Mithras included a last banquet. At this point of the story, the monk John is so carried away by his devotion to and interest in the lady, the child, and the sacraments, that he forgets to tell us about the flame descending on the altar. But what he does tell us is of even greater importance. When Mass was ended, Our Lady, his glorious mother, gave the king for a sign of what he had seen a crystal cross, which to this day, by the gift of the king, is honorably preserved and kept in the treasury of Glaston, and yearly in Lent it is carried on Wednesdays and Fridays in procession by the monks. Those days were appointed because this miracle took place on a Wednesday, in fact on Ash Wednesday. John goes on to tell us that Arthur's faith in Christ and his Blessed Mother was firmly established from that day. The king changed his coat of arms, an anachronism, from 3 red lions to a green coat on which the silvery cross and Our Lady and Child were depicted. In simple language, this is to say that Arthur became a Christian and surrendered the crystal of his old mystery cult to the Church. If we study and compare these 3 accounts of the same adventure, we must conclude that the crystal cross, which was treasured in the abbey in the late 14th century, contained a jewel which at some time had been used for bringing down fire from heaven. The initiatory tomb in which lies the seemingly dead knight, and the torch or sword bearers who guard the entrance, make it very probable that the chapel at Beckery was a Mithraeum, and the date of the Mithraic cult would roughly bear out the tradition that it was Arthur himself who surrendered the crystal to the abbey. It might be argued that the adventure at Beckery is more reminiscent of the Roman Catholic office of tenebrae than of a Mithraic rite. But on the other hand, there seems little doubt but that the tenebrae, which the Roman Church borrowed from the Gallican liturgy, was originally a pre-Christian rite. The Christian Church, however, introduced an all-important alteration. The last candle, symbolic of Christ, is never extinguished, whereas in the ancient rites of the Chapel Perilous, the candle, symbolic of the divine youth, was quenched by the Black Hand. It seems to me, therefore, that the adventure at Beckery, resulting in the death of Arthur's squire, savors more of the Chapel Perilous than of a Christian church. The office of tenebrae is said on Maundy Thursday. 15 candles are lighted and placed on the spikes of an iron triangle called a hearse. What connection there could be between the hearse, harrow, and the stars of the plough, churls, wain, or thigh, I leave to future investigation. Hearse originally meant a harrow, or harrow, and the contraption is in fact a small harrow with the usual spikes. Only because a similar contraption was accustomed to be placed at funeral services over the bier, have we come to call a funeral bier or carriage a hearse. At tenebrae, 1 candle is put out after each psalm of the office, as also the altar lights, leaving only the remaining candle from the top of the iron triangle or hearse. In the rites of the Chapel Perilous, this would have presumably been extinguished, but in the Roman Church it is taken and hidden under the epistle side of the altar. The altar, according to de Boron, is a symbol of Christ's tomb. After the last prayer, a noise of knocking is made for a little while, which may perhaps be symbolic of the rolling away of Christ's tombstone. Then the candle, still gloriously alight, is brought from beneath the altar. All rise up and depart in silence. See the Holy Week book, as reformed by Pope Pius X, with an introduction by Adrian Fortescue, Burns, Oates, and Washburn Limited. Since the coming of our Lord, Excalibur is no longer ritually extinguished. To return to Glastonbury, no major disasters such as fire or pillage occurred to trouble the monks between the last half of the 14th century and the dissolution of the monasteries. There is, therefore, no reason to suppose that the crystal cross, so well known to the monk John, would have disappeared in the one intervening century. Amongst the list of treasures looted from the abbey by Henry VIII and recorded in Dugdale's Monasticon, no mention is made of a cross set with crystals. The inference to be drawn from all these legends is that some of the monks, perhaps the office-bearers, had preserved a knowledge of the old mystery. If so, the talisman would have been a treasure of great price, for it was the link, the possible bridge of approach, between Jewry and Christendom. In it might lie the hope of Israel, the lame king, and of such a rediscovery by Jewry of its own secrets as would set it on a common road with Christendom to the advantage of both, and would end its persecution and the desolation of the wasteland forever. No doubt, therefore, the crystal would have been buried in the abbey grounds to safeguard it from the rapacious Henry. Curiously enough, the last abbot, Abbot Whiting, although he had signed the Act of Supremacy, was martyred on the Tor because he was accused of having hidden certain treasure from the king. Can one guess at the appearance of such a treasure? The crystal would probably have been set in the center of a Celtic cross, at the hub of the wheel, and may have been the prototype for the boss which decorates nearly all Celtic crosses. The jewel itself would almost certainly have been engraved with the scene from Calvary, and was probably very similar to those preserved in the British Museum, which measure about 5 or more inches across and are truly magnificent gems. Perhaps one day Glastonbury will find her Grail, and the Jews their Ark of the Covenant. But if both Jews and Christians should find a crystal, thus proving my theory, then we must not fail, as the neophyte of Grail legend failed, to ask what is the significance of such a discovery, and what are the secret words of the Grail. The last chapter will be devoted, therefore, to an attempt to show how such a revelation would bear upon our belief in the divinity of Christ, and his relation both to God and to ourselves.